Chapter 697. After coming out of the Noble Affairs office, David finally understood that the Boyo Mining Alliance knew the Kearney family wanted to transfer the Krypton crystal mine, so they took back the miners from the Black Rock mining area. Since the Kearney family had an agreement to rent the miners, once the ownership was transferred, the agreement would lose its effect. Knight Andrew, go to the Boyo Mining Alliance, David said to Knight Andrew. According to the map, the Boyo Mining Alliance was very close to the Noble Affairs office. Of course, this had nothing to do with the main city of Boyo. Almost all the important institutions were on the same street. Welcome. David walked in front with two Sky Knights, and Steward Jason followed behind. As soon as they entered the office of the Boyo Mining Alliance, they heard a formal greeting. A steward walked over with a smile. He first looked at the group of people and then focused on David. Sir, what can I do for you? The steward's words showed that he lacked training in noble affairs. Otherwise, he would not have called David Mr. Instead, he would have called him Sir or Baron. David ignored the steward and let Steward Jason do the talking. I am Baron Arthur's Steward Jason. The Black Rock mining area has been taken over by my master. I'm here to ask about the miners. Steward Jason stepped up and said, So, the Kearney family has transferred the Black Rock mining area to you. If you want miners, sure. 100 miners for 1% of the mining area. Also, the Mining Alliance will sell all the minerals you produce. The steward replied blandly. Viscount Harvey had already told him that if the new owner of the Black Rock mining area did not have a high status, the Mining Alliance would take advantage of him. Viscount Harvey was the noble with the most minerals on planet Boyo. 40% of the minerals belonged to him. This was the accumulation of his ancestors. He was different from his ancestors. His ancestors relied on mining to make money, but he had established a mining alliance and was prepared to take control of the entire Boyo planet. By controlling the indigenous miners in a special environment, he had successfully integrated most of the mining areas on planet Boyo. In the past, the Kearney family was too powerful, so Viscount Harvey could only rent the native miners to them at a very low price. However, Viscount Harvey was still very happy when he heard that the Kearney family was going to transfer their mining area. With the Kearney family gone, it would be much easier for him to control planet Boyo. When Jason heard the conditions mentioned by the steward, he couldn't maintain his composure for a long time, and his face was full of surprise. Even David, who was standing to the side and listening, couldn't help but look at the steward a few more times. He wanted to see where the steward got the confidence to propose such a condition. Steward Jason, let's go. David had no interest in talking to a steward, so he said in a deep voice, Baron Arthur, please take care. All the miners on planet Boyo belong to the Mining Alliance. If you want to mine on planet Boyo, you have to follow the rules of the Mining Alliance. The manager said calmly when he saw that David was about to leave. Slap her. David didn't turn around and only said coldly. Nightmark appeared in front of the steward in a flash and slapped him in the face. Of course, he didn't use any of his power as a Sky Knight. It was just an ordinary slap. Otherwise, the steward's head would have been smashed into pieces. Even so, half of the steward's face was swollen. Someone hit me. Someone hit me. The steward screamed as he covered his face. Who dares to cause trouble here? An official knight came out from behind and yelled. Mark Knight wouldn't use any power to deal with normal people, but it was different when an official knight came out. Oomph. Mark Knight snorted coldly, and a mountain-like aura pressed down on the official knight. The official knight was about to say something, but his body suddenly fell to the ground with his limbs stretched out. He couldn't resist at all. The official knight's eyes flashed with horror. He was sure that the other party's power was much higher than his. Was he an Earth Knight, or the official knight didn't dare to think about it anymore? He closed his mouth tightly and didn't dare to react. He just wanted the other party to end it like this. David didn't stop walking away, and Mark Knight didn't continue to attack. He turned around and followed David. After David left the office of Boyo Mining Alliance, the rest of the staff ran over and helped the official knight up. Damn it, what did you say to them? How can you provoke a noble with such a powerful knight? After standing up, The official knight was no longer suppressed by his imposing manner and was not injured, so he immediately recovered. He then shouted at the steward who was covering his face. "I only asked them to pay 1% of their minerals and sales rights in exchange for 100 miners. This is a business deal. Can't they bargain?" The steward said with grievance. The steward thought he was doing business, but in the ears of the knight, it was a different story. Normally, nobles who knew what Planet Boyo was wouldn't come in person. They would only send someone to discuss business. Although this steward also dealt with nobles, he only dealt with the people who were in charge of mining. He had never talked to a noble face-to-face before. Of course, this steward didn't have the right to negotiate with a noble. In a situation like today, the best way to deal with it was to report it and ask someone with a higher status to receive it. However, the steward did not do so. Instead, he treated David as if he were a nobleman from before. The price he offered was extremely high. What right do you have to ask for a high price from a noble? Do you want a noble to bargain with you face to face? The official knight's face changed, and he roared. This was attracting enemies for Viscount Harvey. Others wouldn't think it was the work of a steward. They would think Viscount Harvey was trying to bully them. "I'll go see Mr. Viscount and report the situation here." The official knight also calmed down and lowered his voice. Viscount Harvey wouldn't live in a bad environment like Planet Boyo. The official knight needed to go to Bama Star to find Viscount Harvey, who was on vacation. "Master, what do we do without miners?" Steward Jason said in a troubled tone. "It doesn't matter. Let's go check out the Black Rock mining area first," David said without a care. The alchemy carriage left the main city of Boyo. The road outside the city was very rough. The road was full of potholes, and the visibility was very low. David wanted to buy a starry sky flying ship. He had a lot of divine gold coins. After looting Bali Castle, he had more than 80 million divine gold coins. Of course, the value of Bali Castle was not limited to just that. A lot of materials, equipment, and decorations were far more valuable than divine gold coins. It was because of this that David had the confidence to buy a top-level luxury item, the Starry Sky flying ship. The alchemy carriage showed its true power on this kind of road. No matter how rough the road was, the alchemy carriage could still maintain a steady pace. However, the gray dust around them made the three horses feel uncomfortable. Not only the horses, but even Jason felt that it was difficult to breathe. As for the rest of them, they were all knights. This dust didn't affect them at all. Steward Jason put this on. David took out a breathing device from the Interstellar Federation from his portal ring and gave it to Steward Jason. "Thank you, Master." Steward Jason put on the breathing device under David's guidance and immediately felt the difference. "Master, if we arrange for the miners to wear this, can't we let them work here?" Steward Jason suddenly suggested. "No need, I have a better idea." David shook his head with a smile. The reason why he turned around and left when the steward proposed an excessive condition was because he didn't want to negotiate with the steward, and he also had his own ideas. David had always wanted a Krypton mine when he was in the Interstellar Federation, but he didn't have the conditions back then, so he couldn't realize his dream. Now that he finally had a Krypton crystal mine, he naturally wanted to realize his previous vision in this Krypton crystal mine. David had a pregnant crystal stone, which could increase the output of a Krypton mine by leaps and bounds and improve the quality of the Krypton mine. He had wanted to use it for a long time. Most importantly, this pregnant crystal could be placed in a top-level Krypton mine, so it could produce perfect Krypton. Therefore, David didn't plan to recruit miners from outside. Originally, he wanted to buy some native miners from Viscount Harvey, even at a high price. That way, he could guarantee that the native miners wouldn't betray him. If he rented miners from Viscount Harvey, not only would the Mining Alliance know the daily production rate, but they would also know if anything special happened in the mine. This was basically opening up his mind to the Mining Alliance. David arrived at the location on the map, and he saw the mine protected by a safety pattern. It seemed like the Carney family had invested a lot in this mine. The shadow attendant could see the entire Black Rock mine from 100 meters in the air. The Black Rock mine took up 4 small mountains, and in the middle of the 4 small mountains was a flat area. The ground was messy, and there were traces of digging. It seemed like this place used to produce krypton, but all the krypton on the surface had been cleaned out. David took out the control card that the Carney family had given him along with the documents. He canceled all the previous permissions, so the miners could no longer enter this mine. After entering the mine, there was an energy shield with a safety pattern. The air quality inside was much better than outside, but of course, it still couldn't be used for long periods of time. The mine was filled with the unique energy reaction of krypton mines. In an environment like this, mining could only be done manually. Even in the Interstellar Federation, if you wanted to obtain krypton from a krypton mine, you would need miners to do it. At most, you could use labor-saving machines to assist you. It was impossible to do it with an AI system. The krypton mine was filled with krypton energy. This energy would affect the AI system's data transmission, making it impossible for the AI system to work. David took out an energy scanner from his portal ring and recorded the energy in the mine. He was also a grandmaster researcher. When he came to the great world of God, he brought a set of research equipment. This energy scanner was just one of the simplest ones. Steward Jason looked at the mine and couldn't help but frown. There was probably a manager here in the past, but after the Carney family sent them out of the mine, the manager went back. Plus, the miners had left, so there was no one here. If they wanted the mine to resume operations, they would need at least 100 miners and a professional manager. In an environment like this, the position of manager would need to be rotated by many managers. Miners were a problem, and it would take time to find a manager with experience in mining. This would delay the start of the krypton mine for a long time. Steward Jason didn't know about the family's assets. He only knew that there were 2 Sky Knights, Mark Knight and Garland Knight. If the krypton mine wasn't mined, the family's assets would be depleted one day. David took out a terrain scanner from his portal ring. He had his own plan for the krypton mine. As long as it could be implemented, he didn't need any miners from outside. It was like he was back in the Interstellar Federation, recording the situation of the mine with all kinds of equipment. Viscount Harvey was having a vacation in his castle. He was drinking the juice of some precious fruit as he watched 2 dancers dance leisurely. Planet Boyo had provided him with a large amount of divine gold coins. After he controlled the sales of some top-level krypton, his status among the nobles had greatly increased. This was also the main reason why he could own a castle on Bamistar. Even if ordinary nobles had divine gold coins, they wouldn't be able to buy a castle on Bamistar. Mr. Harvey, I have something to report. The official knight from Planet Boyo didn't want to disturb Viscount Harvey, so he bowed. Aren't you guarding the Boyo Mining Alliance? What happened? Why are you in such a rush? Viscount Harvey asked in dissatisfaction. Mr. Harvey, the new owner of the Black Rock Mining Alliance, wanted to rent miners, but he was pissed off by the manager's high price. The official knight bowed and reported. The new owner of the Black Rock Mining Alliance? I told them to ask for a higher price if they wanted to rent. Didn't they want to negotiate? Although Viscount Harvey was a noble, he had been doing business for a long time, so he often thought of himself as a businessman. It was a noble who went to the Mining Alliance to negotiate, but the manager was pissed off by the high price. The official knight said helplessly. Viscount Harvey waved his hand casually. Let them go. If they want more miners, they'll find us again. Chapter 698. Of course, Viscount Harvey was confident. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to develop the Black Rock mining area, they would need miners, and the only miners on Planet Boyo were under his control. Unless the Black Rock mining area was shut down, Viscount Harvey's profits would not be small at all. Mr. Viscount, the new owner of the Black Rock mining area, is not simple. A knight beside him could push me to the ground with just his energy. I suspect he is a Sky Knight. The official knight said with a bow. This was the reason why the official knight came here. If it really was a noble family with a Sky Knight, it would be best not to offend them too much. Viscount Harvey was shocked. He then asked, what is the name of that noble? Most of the Sky Knights in the great world of God were from the top nobles and the big nobles. It was very difficult for the other nobles to train a Sky Knight. Of course, there would be some elite bloodline knights from time to time. These knights would either be fully trained by the family or become a sky knight from the big nobles. This kind of thing happened quite often. Viscount Harvey thought he had encountered a noble family like this. If that was the case, he would need to consider improving his relationship with this noble. As long as a noble family had a sky knight, there would be a period of rapid development. The new owner of the Black Rock mining area is Baron Arthur from the Luce family. The official knight replied with a bow. Dang! The crystal cup in Viscount Harvey's hand fell to the ground. Viscount Harvey did not care about the juice on his body. Instead, he immediately stood up and stared at the official knight. You mean Baron Arthur from the Luce family? Viscount Harvey's question was more like he was subconsciously repeating himself. Yes, Mr. Viscount, it is Baron Arthur. The official knight also saw that something was wrong with Viscount Harvey, so he quickly replied. Viscount Harvey's face turned ugly as he paced back and forth, thinking about how to deal with this situation. How could he not know about Baron Arthur? At the gathering last night, he was still discussing the Barry family's destruction with a few other nobles. This incident had already spread in the noble circle. The Barry family was much more powerful than the Leakey family. They had 2 Sky Knights and a complete backup knight training system. It could be said that the Barry family was stronger than most noble families in terms of strength and financial resources. The destruction of such a powerful noble family. There was a clear culprit. Of course, it was discussed by the nobles. Viscount Harvey thought back to yesterday when he was gloating over the Bali family's misfortune. When the Bali family was negotiating with the Boyo Mining Alliance, they often used their strength to bully them. Therefore, he was happy to see the Bali family fall. However, Viscount Harvey didn't expect that it would be his turn to laugh at the Barry family after he mocked them yesterday. Who was Baron Arthur? That man was a madman, a terrifying man. His vengeful nature made Viscount Harvey feel like the sky was about to fall. First, the Leakey family was destroyed. Now, the Barry family was destroyed. The noble circle had already determined that Baron Arthur was responsible for the destruction of the Leakey family. Even if there was no evidence, the nobles still believed so because of the Barry family's example. Viscount Harvey thought about himself. He was an Earth Knight, the strongest knight in his family. Perhaps other nobles would consider the existence of the Noble Affairs Office when doing business, and they wouldn't dare to use force. However, Viscount Harvey didn't want to provoke Baron Arthur at all. Even if there was only a slight possibility that Baron Arthur would attack, Viscount Harvey didn't want to take the risk. If he did, he might die. Viscount Harvey made up his mind and turned to the official knight. Immediately, send 200 of the best miners to the Black Rock mining area. Also, send the ownership of the miners. Break the legs of the steward who served Baron Arthur. Baron Arthur will decide whether he lives or dies. Yes, Mr. Viscount. The official knight paused for a moment and replied loudly. The official knight understood that Baron Arthur was an existence that Viscount Harvey didn't dare to provoke. Wait. Viscount Harvey then took out a piece of parchment reinforced with runes from his portal ring and handed it over. Take this with you. Take it as my apology. He continued. The official knight took the parchment and glanced at it. He then looked up at Viscount Harvey in shock. Viscount Harvey nodded heavily with a face full of helplessness and reluctance. At this moment, David was reinforcing the safety runes of the Black Rock mining area. The safety runes here should be drawn by a professional alchemist. These professional alchemists would only learn a few safety runes in their lifetime. They would specialize in safety runes, so the safety runes they drew were close to the level of a master alchemist. However, there was still a long way to go before a master alchemist. In the eyes of a master alchemist like David, there were still some flaws in the safety runes here. If it wasn't for the fact that the safety runes in the Black Rock mining area were too much work, and he couldn't redo them all, he would have wanted to update all the safety runes here. This time, David could only redraw the safety runes at key locations and change them to the level of a master alchemist. Of course, this was only a part of the safety system he was going to rebuild. He was going to leave an AI system in the Black Rock mining area. In order to allow the AI system to operate in the Krypton mining area, David needed to build a space that could shield the Krypton energy. In the Interstellar Federation, shielding the Krypton energy had always been a problem. The equipment that could shield the Krypton energy could not work in a Krypton energy environment. This was a problem that the Interstellar Federation had always wanted to solve. It was for this reason that mining had to be done manually. However, David had obtained the knowledge of two different worlds: the research grandmaster from the Interstellar Federation and the master alchemist from the great world of God. This was the essence of knowledge from two different worlds. The AI system of the Interstellar Federation could control the AI robots to mine, and the great world of God's shielding runes could shield the Krypton energy. Combining the two, it could solve the problem that the Interstellar Federation had never been able to solve. It could use an automated and intelligent method to mine Krypton. David already had this idea when Count Henderson of the Kearney family delivered the Krypton ore. Now, he needed to test if it was feasible because this idea was still just a theory. Under the command of David, Mark Knight and Garan Knight took out their level 4 Ape swords and dug out an underground space in the center of the Black Rock mining area. Butler Jason saw this and wanted to persuade them, but seeing that the two Sky Knight were completely obedient, he did not try to persuade them. In his opinion, any noble family had to treat a Sky Knight with caution. Even in the top noble families, a Sky Knight was a very high position. However, looking at how David dealt with a Sky Knight, Mark Knight was a bit better. At least he helped David with the identity of a knight of the family, so he could be considered a quasi-noble. Garan Knight was a newcomer and didn't even have an identity. It should be known that a Sky Knight could become a baron at the very least. Because of their powerful force, it was not difficult to complete the merit mission issued by the great world of God to exchange for the merit of a baron. However, his own Sky Knight was using a level 4 Ape sword to dig out rocks. This kind of comparison made Butler Jason feel that it was unreal. The two Sky Knight dug out the underground space very easily. With the space ring, they did not have to worry about moving the rocks and soil. Coupled with the unparalleled sharpness of the level 4 Ape sword and the strength of the Sky Knight, their work efficiency was much faster than the Interstellar Federation's mechanical work. The two Sky Knight and David could communicate with their souls. This allowed the two Sky Knight's design to be perfectly executed by David. From the stairs down to the rooms in the underground space, the Sky Knight's subordinates quickly appeared. The surface of the wall was extremely smooth. This was due to the level 4 Ape sword. It was estimated that other than David, no one would be willing to use a level 4 Ape sword to dig a hole. David did not stay idle. He took out a quill, dipped it in alchemy ink, and drew a reinforcement pattern on the wall dug out by the Sky Knight. With the support of the pattern, the underground space could be compared to the Interstellar Federation's military base. He did not let Butler Jason and Knight Andrew tour the underground space. He would completely seal this place in the future and not leave any entrance. David did not need an entrance to enter this kind of place. Leaving an entrance open would be troublesome. Before he came to the great world of God, he had signed an agreement not to reveal the Interstellar Federation's technology. However, he did not prohibit himself from using it. However, in the great world of God, using the Interstellar Federation's technology was better hidden. As David was drawing a shielding pattern for the underground space, Nightmark, who was guarding the entrance, sent a message through his soul. Butler Jason had come to report that someone had come to visit. David put down the quill in his hand. He was a little confused as to why someone would come to visit here. He came out of the underground space and arrived at the entrance of the Black Rock mining area. Outside the security barrier, he saw the official knight of the Boyo Mining Alliance and the manager who was being held in the hands of the official knight with broken legs. Behind the official knight, there were dozens of carriages. Inside the carriages were small and skinny people with dark skin. The Honorable Baron Arthur, Viscount Harvey ordered me to bring you 200 strong miners and this certificate of ownership. Also, this manager was rude to you, so Viscount Harvey broke his leg. You can do whatever you want with him. Abel said. The official knight came in front of David, threw the manager on the ground, and bowed deeply. He then handed over a piece of parchment and a document bag. He was extremely respectful. Viscount Harvey asked him to come instead of coming in person. This showed how much Viscount Harvey feared this Baron Arthur. The official knight knew the reason why Viscount Harvey didn't want to see this person, even with compensation. Baron Arthur had terrifying power. In order to protect his life, the official knight tried to be humble. David took the parchment and the document bag. The first thing he saw on the parchment was a certificate of ownership. This was a certificate of ownership that could be transferred at any time. The document bag contained the contracts of the 200 miners. The great world of God also had slaves, but it was forbidden to use civilians and nobles as slaves. Only the natives of some planets were used as slaves. Take Planet Boyo, for example. When they first discovered Planet Boyo, they thought it was worthless. That was why the natives could live a peaceful life. However, after the discovery of minerals on Boyo planet, the natives of the planet were raised in captivity and turned into slaves. Of course, the natives of planet Boyo didn't have a hard life. Other than the adult males, the rest of the people would not be disturbed. Instead, they were provided with enough food. Please help me express my gratitude to Viscount Harvey. I've received his kind intentions. You can take this steward back, said David with a smile. David accepted this gift to calm Viscount Harvey down. If he didn't accept this gift, Viscount Harvey would have to live in fear every day. On the other hand, he was very satisfied with the scope of ownership in this certificate of ownership. It was a large piece of land outside of the Black Rock mine. This area was huge. It was 10 times the size of the Black Rock mine. Of course, although it was big, the only valuable thing was the 2 medium purple gold mines. Purple gold was an added material in forging, so it was used in large quantities. David calculated in his heart. 2 medium purple gold mines could not produce more than 20,000 holy gold coins per year. Although the value of these 2 medium purple gold mines was only this much, it was still more than what Viscount Harvey's men had offended him. The prestigious Mr. Baron Arthur, as you command, I will take my leave now, the official knight said with a bow. He picked up the steward on the ground. Although the steward's leg was broken, he didn't dare to make sound. No matter how painful it was, he had to endure it. When he heard that David had an official knight take him away, his eyes were filled with tears of excitement. After the official knight retreated 10 meters, he turned around and summoned his war horse. He immediately jumped on it and galloped away at extremely fast speed. By this time, Steward Jason had already arranged for the 200 miners to get off the carriages. These carriages were not only filled with miners, but also some living and working tools. It seemed like Viscount Harvey was very thoughtful when he sent the miners out. Even if these miners didn't have a place to live temporarily, they could still survive with these carriages. Steward Jason, I'll leave this matter to you. The 200 miners don't need to enter the Black Rock mining area. Just mine in the 2 purple gold mining area. David didn't consider using miners in the Black Rock mining area, so he ordered, Master, 2 medium mines don't need that many miners. Steward Jason said after some calculation in his heart, It's fine. Arrange for them to work in shifts. David didn't want to treat the miners like humans, so he smiled and said. Chapter 699. Steward Jason and Knight Andrew got busy. First, they arranged for the miners to camp in other places. Then, they had to find a manager who could manage the mining area. This was enough to keep them busy for a few days. David returned to the Black Rock mining area and continued his work. The underground space was slowly taking shape. With enough divine gold coins and the wealth of the Berry family, he didn't have to worry about the consumption of alchemy materials. Anyway, with the amount of work this time, he didn't even need to use 1% of the alchemy materials he got. It only took him a few hours to finish drawing the isolation pattern. Of course, this was because he was multitasking. His main body and shadow attendant were drawing at the same time. Standing in the underground space that was isolated from the Krypton energy, David didn't continue. Instead, he prepared to resurrect the 2 Sky Knight killers and Maynard Sky Knight. The resurrection process was very smooth. This was also because David had considered attacking the heart as much as possible. This was the key point that was more conducive to the resurrection. David knew he didn't have much time. In 2 days, he needed to go to the Bama Star law enforcement team to participate in the mission to attack the evil god stronghold. This mission was personally fought for by Lord Gould of the Main family, so he had to participate in it. David spent more than half a day. 3 Sky Knights stood in front of him. The faces of these 3 Sky Knights had been modified. Each of their faces was extremely ordinary. There was nothing special about them. This included the 3 Sky Knights' flying mounts. They were healed together and signed a new contract. This time, David didn't dare to keep all 3 Sky Knights by his side. The appearance of 2 Sky Knights had already surprised many people. If there were 3 more Sky Knights, he was afraid that the top families would investigate him. Therefore, David didn't give the 3 Sky Knight names. He just called them number 1, number 2, and number 3. He gathered Knight Mark, Knight Garan, and the 3 new Sky Knight together. Through soul communication, Knight Mark transmitted the relevant knowledge. David didn't care about the communication between Knight Mark and the other knights. He put his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, and then the remaining soul energy after resurrecting the 3 Sky Knight entered his body. This was also the first time he had gained so much soul energy since he had participated in Worcester's War. And because David had complete control over the shadow attendant, he obtained more soul energy than he did during the Planet Wars. But most of them were used to revive the 3 Sky Knight. But David didn't regret his decision. The combined strength of the 3 Sky Knight was enough to eliminate most of the threats. David could now proudly say that he was no longer afraid of any noble forces other than a level 5 Temple Knight. He finally had some ability to protect himself in the great world of God. Although it wasn't his own strength, it was still an expansion of his strength. It must be known that according to the Interstellar Federation's calculation method, as long as the combat power was under one's control, it was a part of one's strength. For example, Kaji relied on the exoskeleton armor, and Transcendent relied on the transcendent armor. The entire Interstellar Federation also relied on space battleships to maintain the threat to the Zergs and the Great World of God. So the Zergs and the Great World of God didn't dare to underestimate the Interstellar Federation, a world with low individual strength. In fact, David's current strength had long exceeded his expectations when he came to the Great World of God. When he wanted to go to the Great World of God as Arthur, he only wanted to become an Earth Knight or even a Sky Knight. Now, although David hadn't achieved his dream of becoming a Sky Knight, he had 5 Sky Knight puppets. In addition to the Assassin Mantis puppet and the Sonic Steel Beetle, he could control 7 level 4 knights. This was far beyond his imagination. More importantly, he obtained the wings of the Battle Angel in the Great World of God, which allowed him to become an Earth Knight or even a Sky Knight faster. Therefore, David didn't want to leave the Great World of God. There were more opportunities waiting for him in the Great World of God. In the Interstellar Federation, even if he killed the Transcendent, his spirit wouldn't increase much. However, in the Great World of God, there were official knights with similar strength as the Transcendent. There were also many knights with higher strength. Even if he didn't have a knight as an enemy, there were still evil God believers with psychic talents, which provided him with opportunities to increase his spirit. David thought in his heart. The interior of the soul fortress was misty, and he felt his mind becoming clearer. Under the nourishment of the misty rain, the soul fortress shimmered. Suddenly, the soul fortress shook, and the soul fortress became clearer. The details of every stone on the walls were displayed. David felt that his soul fortress was becoming more and more real. Except for the fact that there were no humans walking around, it was almost like a small city. After the transformation of the soul fortress, the soul energy from the shadow attendant also stopped. David opened his eyes. He felt that his spirit must have been greatly improved, because his spirit sense could easily go beyond 100 meters. He just slightly released his spirit, and it spread out. He also wanted to test his limits. His spirit went beyond 150 meters, and when it reached 200 meters, he felt that he had reached his limit. David couldn't wait to see the value of his spirit. How did it increase so much? He didn't feel that he had absorbed too much soul energy from the shadow attendant. He received a lot of soul energy this time, but resurrecting the 3 Sky Knight and the Garan Knight had used up too much soul energy. The shadow servant followed his thoughts and displayed the attributes panel in front of him. In the spirit category, he saw Spirit 901. His spirit had only increased by 0.01, but he felt like he had been reborn. David's heart skipped a beat. His spirit sense range had reached 200 meters. Did that mean the shadow attendant's movement range had increased as well? Just as he was thinking, the shadow attendant appeared 200 meters away. This was the furthest the shadow attendant could move. Without the restriction of the original shadow attendant, the shadow attendant completely belonged to David. David's spirit sense range had become the furthest the shadow attendant could move. Of course, the shadow attendant's strength had also increased. David tested it. The shadow attendant's strength had increased from 100 kilograms to 200 kilograms. Unfortunately, this doubled strength increase was not much of a threat to the enemy. David's current enemy was at least the strength of an Earth Knight. For a knight of this strength, 200 kilograms of strength was nothing more than a scratch. David's spirit sense moved, and his body left the ground. This was also his first attempt. His spirit could affect objects. This time, after reaching 9 points of spirit, his spirit could completely move his body. David couldn't help but feel a little excited because this meant one thing. In the great world of God, the mainstream judgment of strength was based on the level of the Zerg. A trainee knight who could fight against a level 1 Zerg was level 1. An official knight who could fight against a level 2 Zerg was level 2, and so on. Of course, the standard of judgment was the general strength, not the strength of the elites. For example, the elites of the official knight could fight against a level 3 Zerg if they had good equipment. Before the appearance of the Zerg, the great world of God had another way of judging strength. Many of the requirements were no longer practical, but David remembered that the book mentioned the level 4 judgment method. The reason why a level 4 knight was called a Sky Knight was because a Sky Knight could fly off the ground. This was also something that every level 4 expert could do. For example, a level 4 Zerg could fly off the ground without relying on wings. A level 4 Evil God's follower could hover in the air for a short period of time. Therefore, a long time ago, the standard for judging a level 4 was that a creature without wings could hover in the air without relying on any support. David wondered if he could be considered a level 4. Of course, he was a level 4, but it was a very weak level 4. This was because he had a level 4 spirit sense, but he did not have a level 4 spirit attack to match it. For example, the spirit-piercing ability was obtained from a trainee knight who had a spirit talent. He did not know how that trainee knight had a spirit talent and learned the spirit-piercing ability. The secret behind it had disappeared with the death of that trainee knight. However, this also meant that the spirit-piercing abilities level was very low. It was an ability that a level 1 strength could use. He also had the spirit hibernation ability. This ability had gone through a later stage of evolution, but it was at most a level 2 strength. This was because the original owner of the spirit hibernation was only a level 2 Zerg called the Bewitching Brainworm. As for the Spirit Storm ability, it was a desperate ability. Using the Spirit Storm, once would consume more than half of his spirit. The remaining spirit could not be used to fight. It was already good enough that he could stay awake. The only thing that looked decent was his ice control talent. Although he had obtained this talent, he didn't know how to cultivate it. Therefore, his ice control ability was at most at the level of the Evil God's believer's ice control ability. For David, this ability was very limited. A level 3 Evil God believer's combat power was not even comparable to a level 3 Earth Knight. It could be seen that his ice manipulation ability was not very strong. David looked at his own ability list. It was dazzling. However, there were very few abilities that were related to the spirit. Moreover, there were even fewer abilities that could be used to fight. However, he quickly thought of the Blade Master that he had met this time. This was a true level 4 Evil God believer. His eyes could not help but light up. David did not know if his spirit had really reached the threshold of level 4. However, As long as he learned the Blade Master's level 4 spirit ability and tested the power of the level 4 spirit ability, he would be able to determine the true strength of his spirit. Of course, he could also go and ask Lord Gould. However, he would have to reveal the strength of his spirit to Lord Gould. He did not know what the consequences would be. It could be good or it could be bad. David did not want to take the risk. It was better for him to keep this to himself. Shadow Attendant, list out the new knowledge orbs. He commanded in his heart to the Shadow Attendant. After that, David entered the body of the Shadow Attendant. He saw almost 100 knowledge orbs gathered together. Why are there so many knowledge orbs? David was a little surprised. He looked at the names on the knowledge orbs. Soon, he understood why there were so many knowledge orbs. As a matter of fact, other than a few servants, the rest of the people who could enter the castle of the Barry family were the elites of the Barry family. This did not only refer to the elites of the Knight family, but also the elites of other professions. For example, there were 11 knowledge orbs for the forging ability. One of them was very special. It was the forging 1% perfect knowledge orb. There were also 4 master-level forging knowledge orbs, and the rest were all advanced master-level forging knowledge orbs. From this, you could see the true strength of the Barry family. In terms of forging, they could be ranked at the top of the great world of God. It was a pity that he met David. David didn't care about the title of Master Forger or Grand Master Forger. For him, after killing his enemies, these titles would belong to him. Therefore, when he heard Grandmaster Forging Kevin's self-introduction, it ignited his desire to kill. He moved the rest of the forging knowledge orbs into the sea of knowledge orbs and guided Grandmaster Forging Kevin's Grandmaster knowledge orb into his body. His vision blurred, and an illusion followed. David possessed Grandmaster Forging Kevin's body. He had experienced Grandmaster Forging Kevin's entire life of learning and growth. From identifying ores to forging materials, each of them had gone through a few years. This was the first time David realized that a Grandmaster Forging not only needed the ability to forge, but they also needed to integrate the pattern drawn by an alchemist into the equipment. The more successful the integration process, the better the effect. For example, a weapon with a special effect 10 times a day and a weapon with a special effect 3 times a day was determined by the combination of the alchemist and the blacksmith at different levels. Grandmaster Forging Kevin could add a special effect to a weapon 20 times a day, and he could retain 100% of the effect of the pattern. David, a master alchemist, could draw a sharp pattern on a heavy sword. It could increase the sharpness of the heavy sword by 100%, but since the pattern was only drawn, it would wear off with the battle. However, a blacksmith could integrate the sharpness pattern into the heavy sword. The sharpness pattern would have the same effect, but it would not wear off with the battle. Chapter 700. The Grandmaster Blacksmith ability allowed the Master Alchemist David to draw a sharpness pattern that could increase the sharpness of a sword by 100% and fuse it with a heavy sword. However, a Grandmaster Blacksmith could only fuse up to 60%, and other blacksmiths could only fuse up to 30%. During the process of fusing, there was also a huge difference in the number of uses per day due to the level of ability. Therefore, every piece of work from a Grandmaster Blacksmith was sought after by a knight. Of course, this kind of effect also came with a higher requirement for materials. The materials needed by a Grandmaster Blacksmith were more expensive and rare. David opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with curiosity and impulse. He even wanted to forge a weapon right now. He wanted to combine the abilities of a master alchemist and a grandmaster blacksmith to forge a weapon that he was satisfied with. However, he only thought about it. He didn't have time to waste. David then checked the knowledge orbs inside the Shadow Attendant. There were a lot of knowledge orbs that were perfect for knight formation, riding technique, and throwing technique. There were 8 perfect knight formation knowledge orbs, 5 perfect riding technique knowledge orbs, and 7 perfect throwing technique knowledge orbs. David calculated in his heart. There were only 30 knights in the Barry family. Including the head of the family, Earl Ernest, and the 2 Sky Knight, there were almost 40 of them. However, there were already a lot of master-level knowledge orbs, and This didn't even include the 4 perfect Knight Heavy Sword Technique knowledge orbs. When David was fighting with the Barry family, he didn't feel how powerful these knights were. In fact, David didn't really use his own strength to fight with these knights. He either assassinated, crushed, or used special abilities. After seeing these knowledge orbs, he finally understood the power of the Barry family. The rank 5 knight was led by an Earth Knight. Each group had 6 official knights, and each of them was an elite. If they didn't encounter David, there might even be a few Sky Knights among them. David spent some more time absorbing the light balls of knowledge and improved his knight battle formation, horse riding technique, and throwing technique to the master level. Moreover, they were all at the advanced master level. His will was very strong now, so he didn't have the same limitations as before. After the knight formation, riding technique, and throwing technique reached master level, David made up for a lot of his shortcomings. It should be noted that David had only been training as a knight for a short period of time. Previously, he had been in contact with knights of very low levels. Therefore, the knowledge contained in the balls of knowledge produced by absorbing soul energy was also relatively low in level, which was not in proportion to David's rapid improvement in strength. This time, David's basic ability as a knight was not much different from those knights trained by big nobles. David then found the white knowledge orb of the blade, lord among the rest of the knowledge orbs. Lightning talent. He saw the ability extracted from the blade lord's soul. Just as he expected, the blade lord's talent ability was extracted. This talent ability was different from what David had imagined. Just like the ice control talent he got before, he thought it was a lightning control talent ability this time, but it only showed lightning talent, which made him a little confused. Without thinking too much, David could fuse it into his own talent ability as long as there was no description saying that it could not be used. He ordered the shadow attendant to move the lightning talent knowledge orb into his body. This time, there was no illusion like before. He felt the lightning talent knowledge orb fly into his soul space. Then, the lightning talent knowledge orb shone brightly. The knowledge orb condensed a lightning pattern above the soul fortress, and the lightning pattern floated above the soul space. It's over. David could not believe that the fusion of the knowledge orb would be so fast. The lightning talent knowledge orb ended in an instant after it entered the soul space. He used his spirit to get close to the lightning pattern. The lightning pattern was densely covered with electric sparks. The entire lightning pattern was made up of countless electric sparks. David's mind was attached to the lightning tattoo, trying to sense the situation of the lightning tattoo. Just as his spirit came into contact with the lightning pattern, David felt his spirit being continuously sucked in by the lightning pattern. The lightning pattern was like a black hole, swallowing his spirit. He wanted to withdraw his spirit, but the lightning pattern suction was too strong, and he could not get rid of it. Luckily, David's spirit had just broken through to 9 points. He was full of spirit, so he was not immediately sucked dry by the lightning pattern. After the lightning pattern absorbed half of David's spirit, it stopped. But this also made David's head dizzy. He could only sit on the ground and close his eyes to rest. When David sat on the ground to rest, electric sparks appeared on the surface of his body. These electric sparks were wriggling like snakes. Xiao Bai, who was originally resting on David's wrist, suddenly flew out the moment the electric light touched its body, avoiding it. Then, after the electric sparks appeared, David's clothes were swept by the electric sparks and turned into ashes. Even his skin and muscles started to dry up because of the electric sparks, just like the Blade Lord that day. A few hours later, David's spirit slowly recovered. When he opened his eyes again, he still had some lingering fear. If it wasn't for the fact that his spirit had increased to 9 points, he would have been sucked dry by half of his spirit. One must know that from 8. 99 points to 9 points was only a 0. 1 point increase, but the increase in spirit was a qualitative difference. In fact, if the Blade Lord had not worshipped the ancient god and received the ancient god's blessing, he would not have been able to control the lightning talent. The fact that the talent was named lightning meant that it was not a normal control ability, but the origin of lightning. David's ice control talent was to use his spirit to create frost. This creation had nothing to do with his body. It was just an application of his spirit talent. However, the lightning talent was different. Lightning talent allowed one to generate lightning. David received the lightning talent from the Blade Lord. This lightning talent was a level 4 spirit talent. One must have a level 4 spirit to be able to control it perfectly. Otherwise, one would have to be like the Blade Lord, who received the blessing of the evil god and sacrificed one's faith to achieve perfect control. Of course, if David's spirit had not reached level 4, then the lightning talent, light ball, would have shown the corresponding restrictions and would not have allowed him to absorb and fuse it directly. David stood up. As he stood up, a cloud of ashes floated up from his body. He looked at his body and realized that it had become thin and charred like a piece of charcoal. Even though David was already an official knight and was close to becoming an earth knight, his body still could not withstand the backlash of a level 4 spirit talent. This caused his body to be like the Blade Lord that day. Luckily, there was no one around. Otherwise, David's body alone would be enough to frighten others. David was also shocked. However, he also realized that the battle angel bone was continuously repairing his body. However, while it was repairing, the lightning from the lightning talent continued to destroy his body. This caused him to remain in this state. Damn it, why is this happening? David was starting to regret his previous decision. No matter what, this situation had to be resolved. He still had to participate in a mission the next day. He could not miss that mission. David's mind moved, and the energy wings appeared on his back. His body could not help but float in the air. He flapped the energy wings, and traces of life force flowed into his body. This was the only way he could control the life force in the battle angel bone. With a large amount of life force flowing in, David's skin turned from black to white. It also turned from thin to plump. His body quickly recovered under the recovery of a life force. After using the energy wings, the life force did more damage than the lightning talent did to his body. However, he could not let the energy wings appear forever. David once again entered the soul dimension. His spirit carefully approached the lightning pattern. He was even prepared to sleep for a few more hours. There was no danger to his life. There are also 5 Sky Knight guards here. This place was safe enough. This time, the lightning pattern did not absorb his spirit. It was like the spirit from before had temporarily satisfied the lightning pattern's needs. This allowed his spirit to successfully connect with the lightning pattern. David's spirit entered the interior of the lightning pattern. This was an independent space. The space was filled with lightning everywhere. Lightning constantly appeared in the space and cut through the space to create more lightning. When his spirit entered the interior of the lightning pattern, he had a feeling that he had truly merged with the lightning pattern. The lightning pattern was truly under his control. The lightning that was originally hurting David stopped hurting him. He had a feeling that as long as he wanted, the lightning could easily avoid objects and creatures that he recognized. Those that he did not recognize would be attacked by him. What David did not know was that the lightning pattern was directly extracted from the soul of the Blade Lord. The lightning pattern had been cultivated by the Blade Lord for many years to reach its current strength. In order to reach this power, the Blade Lord not only believed in the ancient god, but he also obtained a large amount of wealth from the Blade of Darkness Assassin organization in exchange for resources. All of these resources were used to recover his spirit and strengthen the lightning pattern. The Blade Lord's spirit was not as strong as David's. Every time his spirit entered the lightning pattern for absorption, his spirit would be damaged. He would need a large amount of precious medicine to recover. Even if he was praying for the ancient god's blessing, he would need a sacrifice that the ancient god was satisfied with. The Blade Lord had gone through hundreds of years of accumulation and was now David's possession. However, David also realized that there was something that he could not do. David realized that there was a huge difference between his usage of the lightning pattern and the Blade Lord's usage of the lightning pattern. He had seen the Blade Lord's battle process. Whether it was the lightning trap, the lightning whip, or the most powerful thick lightning. They were all Blade Lord's usage of the lightning pattern. However, David only got the most basic lightning pattern. He did not get the related ability. Although the lightning caused serious damage to David's body was only the standard of an official knight. This kind of lightning could only hurt an Earth Knight at most. As for a Sky Knight, it was unknown. The lightning pattern was like David's sniper rifle. In the hands of a sniper master, the sniper rifle could unleash terrifying power. However, in the hands of a normal person, not only could it not hurt others, but it could also hurt oneself. David's lightning pattern solved the problem of hurting himself. However, if he wanted to unleash the power it should have, he would need to learn how to use lightning attacks. Thinking of this, his heart suddenly moved. He remembered that among the knowledge balls he had obtained before, there seemed to be a knowledge ball that required lightning energy to fuse. Shadow Attendant, bring out all the knowledge balls that require lightning energy. David ordered the Shadow Attendant. He wasn't going to search for it slowly. Now, the knowledge balls were like stars. It would take too much time for him to search for the knowledge balls he needed. The Shadow Servants could operate the knowledge balls in their bodies much faster. As long as the conditions were given, they would be able to find it immediately. A second later, 3 knowledge balls appeared in front of David's eyes. Mutated Lightning, Lightning Transformation, and Lightning Body. Mutated Lightning was the natural ability of the transcendent creature, Storm Ape. David had a very deep memory of this ability. Because Mutated Lightning was a mutated natural ability, it was extremely rare among natural abilities. The Mutated Lightning ability of the Storm Ape could directly break through the barrier of the exoskeleton armor and affect the operation of the exoskeleton armor. When dealing with Kaji or Transcendent, this ability could make their exoskeleton armor and transcendent armor stop working. Without the exoskeleton armor and transcendent armor, Kaji and transcendent strength would naturally decrease by many times. However, David looked at the Mutated Lightning knowledge ball and shook his head with a bitter smile. If this ability was in the Interstellar Federation before, he would probably go crazy with joy. However, now that the Mutated Lightning knowledge ball had disappeared, it did not surprise him at all. This was because his current level was different from before. This Mutated Lightning only had level 2 destructive power at most. Perhaps due to the mutation, it had a greater destructive power against the electronic equipment of the Interstellar Federation. However, no matter what, it could not change the fact that it was only level 2. Chapter 701. David let the Shadow Attendant guide the Mutated Lightning knowledge ball into his body, and an illusion followed. He possessed the Storm Ape and experienced the process of learning how to control lightning. In the illusion, he experienced the 10 years of learning process of the Storm Ape. When he opened his eyes again, he found that only a few seconds had passed. Although the Mutated Lightning was a bit weak for the current David, he would return to the Interstellar Federation one day. At that time, the Mutated Lightning would still be of some use. David reached out his hand and drew a special pattern with his mind. This pattern was the one that transformed the lightning in his body into the Mutated Lightning pattern. Don't underestimate this pattern. If it wasn't for the Mutated Lightning knowledge ball, this kind of pattern that required special mind waves to draw would never appear in the hands of creatures other than the Storm Ape. David guided a bolt of lightning into the Mutated Lightning pattern. The Mutated Lightning pattern didn't have a large capacity, and a bolt of lightning filled it up. It was also because of this that the Mutated Lightning pattern wasn't that powerful. With a thought, the Mutated Lightning pattern turned into a bolt of white lightning and hit the wall in front of him. David was satisfied. No matter what, he had finally grasped a way to use lightning from a distance, although the power of this method was very low. He didn't want to create an ability to use the lightning in the Mutated Lightning pattern to attack. Just by looking at the complexity of the Mutated Lightning pattern, one could imagine how difficult it was to create a new lightning attack ability. Transcendent creatures like the Storm Ape had evolved for countless years before they slowly formed their ability. There was also the involvement of the world's consciousness. If one wanted to create their own ability, they had to first grasp the foundation of the lightning law. The level involved was simply too high, and it was far from something David could come into contact with. David then looked at the remaining two spheres of knowledge. Lightning transformation and lightning body were both innate abilities of the lightning scorpions. However, the former was an ability of an ordinary lightning scorpion, while the latter was an ability of a lightning scorpion king. Lightning body was the advanced ability of lightning body. Although it looked like two different abilities, David only needed to learn lightning body. He didn't need to learn the lower level, lightning body. There was a time limit to the lightning incarnation. Every once in a while, he would need to return to his true form and enter the lightning incarnation state again. However, lightning body was different. This talent allowed the user to remain in a state of lightning. In this state, the user would be immune to attacks. David once again revealed a bitter smile. Lightning body was indeed not bad. This ability was infinitely close to a level 4 ability. It complemented the level 4 lightning pattern perfectly. However, lightning body was only a life-saving ability. It didn't have any attack power. If he wanted to attack, he would have to exit the lightning body state. In other words, David had a level 4 will and obtained the level 4 lightning pattern talent. However, he could only deal level 2 damage at most. Although this was the case, David still let the shadow attendant guide the lightning body knowledge sphere into his body. Although he believed that the lightning body lacked attack power, he had always coveted this ability. As long as there was enough lightning energy to support it, the lightning body could be maintained. As long as he didn't withdraw from the lightning body, even the damage of a rank 4 master would be negated by the lightning body. As for the attack of a rank 5 master, David wasn't sure about it, let alone the result. The lightning scorpion king was killed because its lightning energy was consumed and could no longer support the lightning body. However, David was different. With the lightning pattern, he could control a huge amount of lightning energy. It wouldn't be easy for him to consume it. In addition, in the state of lightning luster body, his movement speed was lightning fast. This was also an excellent method for escaping. It could be said that after learning the lightning body, even if David was surrounded by dozens of Sky Knight or other level 4 creatures, they wouldn't be able to cause any damage to him. Of course, David wasn't arrogant enough to think that the lightning body was invincible. This world was very big. If there was a lightning body, then there would naturally be an ability to restrain the lightning body. Although he didn't know what ability it was, David would still use the lightning body carefully to avoid exposing it as much as possible. Only an unknown life-saving method was the best life-saving method. Once the life-saving method was known by others, then it was possible that the life-saving method would be targeted. This time, David spent dozens of years in the illusion and learned the lightning body ability. Knight Mark, come here. David called Knight Mark through his mind. He asked Knight Mark to wear the level 3 knight armor and summoned the golden eagle to stand aside. Knight Mark and the golden eagle had a life-sharing contract. Even if David's attack power was too strong, Knight Mark's life would not be in danger. Of course, this was just a precaution. Even David didn't believe that the lightning body could hurt Knight Mark. David waved his hand and threw the lightning in his hand towards Knight Mark. This was the only way David could think of to use the lightning to attack directly. The lightning thrown out in this way was like a water source. It would only take a few seconds for it to disappear automatically. However, this was just David wanted to test if the lightning inside the lightning body could hurt a Sky Knight under normal conditions. The lightning appeared on Knight Mark's body and traveled through his grade 3 knight's armor into his body. Almost as soon as it entered his body, it was enveloped by the power of the bloodline. Very quickly, the power of the bloodline extinguished the lightning that enveloped him. David's spirit had been paying attention to the soul of Knight Mark, so he was aware of any changes in the body of the knight. The lightning did almost no damage to the body of Knight Mark. Knight Mark's body was so strong that the lightning could not hurt him. Come to think of it, David's body was only at the level of a rank 2 official knight. Similarly, the lightning couldn't kill him. Although the battle angel bones played a part in this, it also reflected that the lightning's damage wasn't that high. David unleashed a bolt of mutated lightning. This time, the lightning attack had some of the style of the Sunblade Lord. A white bolt of lightning flashed and hit Nightmark. After the mutated lightning hit Nightmark, the level 3 knight armor did not have any effect. The power of the blood was also one step too slow. The penetrating power of the mutated lightning was a bit strange. It reached Nightmark's abdomen in an instant. Luckily, Nightmark was strong enough. Although the mutated lightning was strange, it did not do much damage to him. At the level of a Sky Knight, the strength of the internal organs was almost the same as the strength of the body. It was impossible to damage Nightmark's internal organs with the mutated lightning. However, David's eyes lit up. He knew that he underestimated the power of the mutated lightning. He originally thought that the mutated lightning had a special effect on the Interstellar Federation's exoskeleton armor and transcendent armor, but he did not expect the mutated lightning to have extreme penetrating power. It could penetrate the core of the body and ignore the defense. Of course, this ability was also useless against a level 4 expert. However, a level 3 expert could not make their internal organs as strong as their body. Just like a level 3 Earth Knight, the internal organs were the vital parts of the Earth Knight, especially when the mutated lightning was powerful enough to damage the internal organs. The mutated lightning was enough to kill the Earth Knight. David could imagine that once the mutated lightning hit the heart of the Earth Knight, as long as the Earth Knight did not condense the power of the blood to protect himself, the mutated lightning could directly hit the heart and kill the Earth Knight. With the speed of the mutated lightning, if the Earth Knight did not prepare in advance, it would be impossible to block or dodge the attack of the mutated lightning. David let out a long sigh of relief. In the past, he still had to rely on the help of the Assassin Mantis puppet, or the Sky Knight puppet, to deal with the Earth Knight. If he wanted to kill the Earth Knight himself, he could only assassinate. Now that he could finally face the Earth Knight head-on, he could be considered to have the battle strength of an Earth Knight. Of course, if the Earth Knight prepared the power of the blood before the battle, David would not be able to make a particularly effective attack. This was related to the grade of the power of the blood. The power of the blood was the foundation of the Knight. The fact that Knight could rely on the power of the blood to suppress a Warlock showed that the grade of the power of the blood was very high. Unless there was a difference in the grade of the energy attack, it was very difficult to break through the defense of the power of the blood. But even so, David was very satisfied. He did not have any hope for the mutated lightning. Besides, he did not dare to use the mutated lightning casually. Once he used it, it would mean that he was a follower of the evil god. You know, in the great world of God, only the followers of the evil god could have special energy attacks. David did not continue the experiment. He waved his hand and asked Nightmark to continue guarding outside. He took out a small server from the portal ring. This was his previous trophy, an AI system. The shielding pattern around the underground space effectively blocked the Krypton energy. When David turned on the small server, the AI system also started. David entered the data he collected before into the AI system. Soon, a map of the Black Rock mining area was generated in the AI system. He then took out an experiment bench from the portal ring. This was a must-have tool for researchers. It could be used to create specific items through energy conversion. The experiment bench he brought with him was specially used by Dean Constable of the Interstellar Federation Research Institute. It was also the most advanced experiment bench in the Interstellar Federation. The cost of making this kind of experiment bench was too high. It could only be used in the research lab. It could not be mass-produced. David did not plan to mass-produce it. He only used the experiment bench to make a few mining robots. The blueprints of the robots were ready-made. All he needed to do was to prepare the alloy and the krypton. David put a few top-level krypton into the energy port of the experiment bench, put the alloy into the material port, and selected a robot on the light screen of the experiment bench. He opened the blueprint of the robot and used the knowledge of the research grandmaster in his mind. He began to modify the design of the robot. There were not many changes. He only added some functions. Soon, the experiment bench began the energy conversion process. The complete body of the robot was created. The creation of a robot required the energy of 5 top-level Krypton. This was why this kind of technology could only be used for research. It cannot be mass-produced. David had enough top-level Krypton and a lot of alloy. After he set up the automatic production, he took the completed robot to the side. The biggest difference between this robot and a normal robot was that it had a data line behind it. There were 2 ways to connect the robot to the AI system. The first was through wireless transmission. This could only be done in areas without Krypton energy. The second was through the data line transmission. This was designed to allow the robot to be commanded by the AI system in areas with Krypton energy. However, this kind of robot could not work in a Krypton mine. The weak AI and internal Krypton engine of the robot would be destroyed in a Krypton environment. Therefore, David needed to protect it. The protection method was to draw a shielding pattern to prevent the Krypton energy from entering the robot's body. Although it was simple in theory, it was actually a fusion of the knowledge of 2 different worlds. The Interstellar Federation and the great world of God did not allow the exchange of core knowledge, so this fusion had never happened before. What David was doing was something no one had ever done before. He drew a shielding pattern on the robot's body, changing the style of the robot from the Interstellar Federation to more like the style of the great world of God. Robots were manufactured one after another. Due to time constraints, David only managed to manufacture 20 robots. He also completed the drawing of the shield pattern, which took him almost a day's time. David connected the robot to the AI system through the data line. He used the underground sneak ability to pass the data line through the stone wall. This kind of data line could shrink as the robot moved. It could go as far as 5,000 meters, which was more than enough in the mine. 19 mining robots were left on the surface. Their job was to work under the AI system's command. David did not plan to use the Krypton mine to mine a lot of top-level Krypton. He had other plans. At least for the time being, the Krypton mine needed to grow slowly. He left a robot in the underground space. The robot's purpose was to guard the crystal pregnant stone. David did all this to place the crystal pregnant stone in order to obtain the perfect Krypton crystal that even a level 5 elite needed. Chapter 702. When the Interstellar Federation got their hands on the pregnant gem, David knew how precious it was. He had considered safety when he decided to put it in the Black Rock mining area. The robots he left in the underground space had only one mission, which was to guard the pregnant gem. If anything happened in the Black Rock mining area, the robots would respond immediately. David also got some good stuff from the castle of the Bali family, including a few small teleportation circles. These small teleportation circles were extremely hard to get for normal nobles, but the Bali family had the backing of a top noble. It was just that David had benefited from them. He placed one of the small teleportation circles next to the pregnant crystal in the underground space. As long as the robots sensed danger, they would throw the pregnant crystal into the teleportation circle, and the pregnant crystal would be teleported to a safe place. After the robot dealt with the crystal, it would shatter a special 2-way pattern. David would be able to find out about the accident through the matching 2-way pattern no matter where he was, and he would immediately send reinforcements. He also didn't plan to leave a Sky Knight here. If he really left a Sky Knight here, everyone would know that this Black Rock mining area was special. After everything was ready, David took out the pregnant gem from his portal ring. As soon as the pregnant gem was taken out, it began to emit waves of energy. Through the shadow attendant outside, David could sense that the Krypton energy outside had become active. The pregnant crystal emitted a gentle light and illuminated the underground space. Since the shielding pattern only targeted the energy from the outside and did not repel the energy from the inside, it did not affect the effect of the pregnant crystal. David came to the small server again and observed the work of the 19 robots. Under the command of the AI system, the 19 robots were reorganizing the originally rough mining area. The Interstellar Federation's technology was more advanced than the great world of God. Since David didn't need to produce Krypton in a short period of time. The AI system could make the most logical arrangements, making the layout of the black rock mining area more scientific. David also left enough top-level Krypton for the underground space to run for hundreds of years. Although Krypton was produced here, the underground space was completely sealed. Once he came out of the underground space, he used his underground sneak ability to control the rocks to seal the exit. As long as they didn't know there was an underground space with shielding patterns, even a Sky Knight wouldn't be able to find it. Of course, there were still some clues because of the data cable. This was why David left behind a small teleportation circle. After everything in the black rock mining area was taken care of, David could finally relax. He called Steward Jason. "Steward Jason, have you arranged for the miners outside?" David looked at the tired yet excited Steward Jason and asked, "Master, the miners have been arranged. I've also found 2 experienced managers in Boyo City. The 2 small purple gold mines can be officially mined in a few days. I have to thank Viscount Harvey for his help. When he heard we needed managers, he took the initiative to contact them." Steward Jason replied with a bow. Steward Jason's words were filled with gratitude towards Viscount Harvey. David couldn't help but nod. This Viscount Harvey really knew how to do things, so he couldn't say anything. "I have something to do tomorrow, so I'll take the Night Mark and the Night Garan with me. Enter the Night will stay, and you can use the alchemy carriage. After everything here is done, you can go straight back to Bama City." David thought for a moment and said, "Master, you have to be careful," Steward Jason said with concern. The prosperity of the Luce family today was all brought by David. If David took the 2 Sky Knights with him, it could be seen that what David was going to do was not simple. That was why Steward Jason said so. David didn't stay for long. He needed to go to the Bama City Law Enforcement Team's mission gathering point to meet up with the rest. He took 5 Sky Knights with him. The exposed Night Mark and the Night Garan were in the open as bodyguards. The other 3 Sky Knights were hidden in the summoning ring of the Shadow Attendant. After leaving the Black Rock mining area, David didn't want to ride a warhorse. He asked the Night Mark and the Night Garan to summon their flying mounts. The Night Mark rode the Golden Eagle, and the Night Garan rode the Bald Eagle. They were on David's left and right sides. David used his spirit to support his body, and then divided 2 spirit to grab the Night Mark and the Night Garan. Although his spirit had reached level 4 and could support his body, because he lacked the ability to fly with his spirit, he needed to fly quickly, so he could only do this. The Night Mark and the Night Garan flew very fast. David used their speed to reach the main city of Boyo in a short time. When he reached the sky above the main city of Boyo, David stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 Sky Knights. His feet also stepped on the 2 flying mounts, as if the 2 Sky Knights were flying with him. He didn't want to expose his strong spirit, but his method of entering the city still surprised a lot of people. The official knight under Viscount Harvey happened to be in the city. He also saw the scene of David landing from the sky under the escort of the 2 Sky Knight. This made the official knight take a breath of cold air. Although he had guessed that both of them were Sky Knights, it was only a guess. Seeing was believing. Now he was 100% sure of his previous guess. Fortunately, he solved the conflict with David in time. Otherwise, these 2 Sky Knights alone would be enough to make the Boyo Mining Alliance restless. David returned to Bama Star through the portal. The huge change in the air quality made him feel like he had come from hell to heaven. He didn't know that the second son of the main family, Ian, was living on a mining planet similar to Boyo Star, and he couldn't leave for 10 years. The Bama Star Law Enforcement Team was located in a 3-story building next to the central square of Bama Star. Behind the building was an open-air training ground of 10,000 square meters. Only an organization like the Law Enforcement Team could have such a large area in a city like Bama Star, where every inch of land was worth gold. When David arrived at the Law Enforcement Team, it was still a few minutes before the assembly time. "Hello, Baron Arthur." The Lydgate Sky Knight, who had dealt with David before, seemed to be waiting for David at the door. When he saw David, he immediately greeted him with a bow. "Lydgate Sky Knight, we meet again." David smiled and bowed in return. The two Sky Knights behind him also bowed in a knight salute. The Lydgate Sky Knight, who straightened up, glanced at the Mark Knight and the Garland Knight. However, David didn't introduce them, so he didn't say anything and didn't take the initiative to greet them. The two Sky Knights acted like they were bodyguards, indicating that their identities were mainly based on Baron Arthur. The fact that Baron Arthur could appear here and participate in this mission showed that Baron Arthur wasn't simple. One had to know that there were only so many missions that could give merit points every year. All the nobles wanted to get a foot in so that their children could get merit points. The title of nobles could only be inherited by the eldest son of the direct line of descent. Once the eldest son inherited the title, the rest of the children would no longer be the direct line of descent of the family. Only the descendants of the eldest son would be the direct line of descent of the family. Other than the eldest son, it would be difficult for these children to enjoy the privileges of nobles. At most, they would live a carefree life under the care of the family. Therefore, some nobles would plan ahead for the eldest son who wasn't a direct line of descent, so that the rest of the children could continue to live as nobles and enjoy the privileges of nobles. Merit points were an important way to become a new noble in the great world of God. This was also something that all the top nobles abided by. No one could casually confer a title, just like this mission, because it was to destroy a base of evil God believers. The merit points for this kind of mission were very high. It was also a mission that was jointly completed by the Noble Affairs Office and the law enforcement team. It was also relatively safe, so was naturally desired by the nobles. However, the number of people needed for a mission was limited, and the role of a burden was strictly regulated. This made every spot for the mission extremely precious. David got a spot, and it was personally greeted by Lord Gould, so the law enforcement team of Bamistar had to pay attention to it. This was why the Lydgate Sky Knight personally came here to greet David. Of course, another reason was that David was too famous recently. His actions of destroying the Barry family made the law enforcement team have to be careful when dealing with David. The rest of the people have already arrived and are waiting for you. Please follow me. The Lydgate Sky Knight bowed and said. David followed the Lydgate Sky Knight into the law enforcement team and came to a meeting room. There were two other Sky Knights in the meeting room. By now, David's could clearly distinguish the difference between a Sky Knight and the other knights. That terrifying aura under his powerful will perception was like a burning volcano. There were also 3 young people, 2 young men, and 1 young woman. Behind each of them stood an Earth Knight. Everyone, all the participants of this annihilation mission are here. This mission will be carried out by me, Dick Sky Knight, Bernal Knight from the Noble Affairs Department, Jasper Knight, Alfonso Knight, Lady Mary, and Baron Arthur. Every time the Lydgate Sky Knight mentioned a name, someone would take the initiative to acknowledge it. When the Lydgate Sky Knight mentioned Baron Arthur's name, everyone in the room looked at him with surprise and a strange look in their eyes. They all knew the origin of this mission. This mission was because of the extermination of the Leakey family's villa. Although this case had already determined that the murderer was a follower of the evil god, everyone here knew that this was simply letting the followers of the evil god take the blame. They also believed that the murderer of the Leakey family's destruction was Baron Arthur in front of them. Although there was no evidence, this kind of thing didn't need evidence to confirm. Previously, they had doubts because Baron Arthur didn't have the power to destroy the Leakey family. However, after the Barry family was destroyed, no one thought that Baron Arthur didn't have the power to do so. The Barry family was much stronger than the Leakey family. If the powerful Barry family was destroyed, there was no need to mention the Leakey family. The Leakey family just happened to offend Baron Arthur, and then they were destroyed. Judging from Baron Arthur's reaction to the Barry family, this kind of thing was very likely done by Baron Arthur. At this time, Baron Arthur actually came to participate in this activity. It could be said that it was really funny. They weren't laughing at Baron Arthur. They were laughing at the Leakey family. Baron Arthur, this is the first time you have participated in this kind of mission. There are some things that I have to explain to you in advance. Since you only have 1 mission quota, although the knight you bring will participate in the battle, the evil god followers you kill will be counted as your merit. It has nothing to do with the night. The Lydgate Sky Knight specially explained to David. "Thank you for the introduction," said David with a smile. It wasn't just him. The Earth Knight, behind the other 3 people who participated in the mission, was the main force of the battle, but it was also for the 3 of them to obtain merit. To be honest, the 3 of them only had the strength of an official knight. If they encountered a slightly stronger evil god follower, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves, let alone obtain merit. If they didn't bring any help, the mission quota that they spent a lot of money to obtain would be wasted. Of course, the law enforcement team and the Noble Affairs office that organized this mission were also willing to do so. Although they brought 4 official knights, the fighting power of the 4 official knights was not small. Especially on David's side, the strength of the 2 Sky Knights was enough to complete this kind of mission. This mission was arranged by Lord Gould. In addition, the nobles behind the other 3 young people were not weak, so the law enforcement team and the Noble Affairs office attached great importance to this mission and sent 3 Sky Knights to ensure the safety of the 4 participants. The 2 Sky Knights in the law enforcement team and 1 Sky Knight in the Noble Affairs office would not take the initiative to attack during the mission. The ones who would attack were the knights brought by David and the 3 young people who participated in the mission. Otherwise, the 3 Sky Knights would be able to finish the mission first, and the efforts of the nobles to arrange the younger generation to obtain merit would be wasted. The Lydgate Sky Knight was still a little pitiful. The 3 knights were 2 male and 1 female. He estimated that the merit that the 3 knights could obtain this time would be extremely limited because David brought 2 Sky Knights. "All right, let's get ready to go," the Lydgate Sky Knight said as he clapped his hands. A group of people came out of the meeting room and went to the back of the law enforcement team building. There was a starry sky flying ship parked next to the training ground. The destination of this mission did not have a portal, so they had to use the starry sky flying ship. Chapter 703. The law enforcement team's starry sky flying ship rose into the air. It first circled in the air before flying towards the giant teleportation gate. The starry sky flying ship passed through the giant teleportation gate and arrived at an unfamiliar city. It wasn't as prosperous as Bama City. The Sky Knight Lydgate didn't explain their current location to everyone. The starry sky flying ship flew straight into the sky and accelerated into space. "Our mission target is planet Mo-Ba." After leaving the planet, the Sky Knight Lydgate announced. This was also to ensure that the mission information wouldn't be leaked. This was a rule. It wasn't to doubt the people participating in the mission, but to ensure that the mission was carried out normally. After 10,000 years, the great world of God had fixed rules in many aspects. These rules allowed the world to operate according to the rules. Where is planet Mo-Ba? How come I've never heard of it? The only female knight, Mary Sky Knight, asked in confusion. "Mary Sky Knight, you are so knowledgeable. Even you don't know?" The Jasper Knight on the side asked in surprise. Mary Sky Knight was also very famous in the noble circle. She had a beautiful face, an elegant temperament, and a kind of intellectual beauty. She also had a very strong learning talent and a very wide range of knowledge. The family behind her also valued her greatly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given her such a good opportunity to gain merits. Planet Mo-Ba is a planet that is not suitable for living. There is no life on the surface of the planet. Mary Knight naturally wouldn't have heard of it. The Sky Knight Lydgate explained with a smile. The followers of the evil god actually put their base on a planet like this. Mary Sky Knight Lydgate couldn't help but shake her head. A planet like planet Mo-Ba didn't have any development value. If minerals were found, it would be fine. There might be a noble who would invest money to modify it and build a human survival point. If no minerals were found, then this planet was a dead land. Humans could only rely on special equipment. This kind of equipment required a knight to use, so normal people couldn't go. The Sky Knight Lydgate took out a few discs and handed them over. This is a survival device prepared for you. You need to activate it with your bloodline power. David was curious about how the great world of God allowed humans to survive in space. The Interstellar Federation used respirators to generate gas for humans to survive. As long as the respirators had energy, they could provide enough gas for humans to survive. The disc that he took was definitely not based on this principle. He picked up the disc and flipped it over in his hand to study it. Baron Arthur, you've never used a spinulosa disc before, right? The Sky Knight Lydgate, who had been paying attention to David, asked with concern. Yes, you know that I came from the Interstellar Federation, so I'm not familiar with this kind of spinulosa disc. David did not pretend and replied directly. It's easy to use this spinulosa disc. You just need to channel your bloodline power into the spinulosa disc, and the bloodline power will return to your body through the spinulosa disc. The Sky Knight Lydgate explained with a smile. David was intrigued. He tried to channel his bloodline power into the spinulosa disc, and when the bloodline power returned to his body, he felt a special energy in his bloodline power. This energy made him feel like his body was replenished with oxygen, and breathing became redundant. David tried not to breathe in air anymore. He only relied on the bloodline power and the spinulosa disc to circulate the special energy into his body. He did not feel any discomfort in his body. The operating principle of the spinulosa disc was completely different from the Interstellar Federation. The spinulosa disc used alchemy to channel the energy needed for human survival into the body through the bloodline power, so there was no need to worry about the external environment. In a place without an atmosphere, human survival problems due to air pressure were nothing to an official knight. As long as they wore the knight's armor, they could rely on the runes on the knight's armor to resist the difference in air pressure. Up ahead is Embark planet. The Sky Knight, Dick reminded. David looked ahead through the window of the galactic flying ship and discovered that a red planet had appeared in front of him. The universal flying ship flew towards the Embark star and landed on the surface of the Embark star. Everyone, put on your armor and leave the universal flying ship. The Sky Knight Lydgate ordered. Everyone here was wearing grade 3 armor. From this, it could be seen that those who were able to participate in this mission were not ordinary nobles. The Sky Knight Lydgate was the first to jump off the universal flying ship, followed by the rest of the people. The pilot of a universal flying ship drove the ship away from Embark planet. The universal flying ship was extremely expensive. Staying here would be an attack target. Therefore, the universal flying ship would fly into space and wait for the mission to be completed before returning to pick up everyone. David stepped on the ground of Embark planet. He realized that there was a thick layer of red dust under his feet. Every step he took would leave a deep footprint. Even if a normal person wore the Interstellar Federation's breathing apparatus, it would still be very difficult for them to walk in this environment. Luckily, everyone here was a knight. Their movements were not greatly affected. However, David's heart was not calm. Ever since he stepped onto Embark planet, he felt that there was a gaze on him. When he wanted to carefully investigate the source of the gaze, he realized that the gaze had disappeared. After that, he felt something again. This made him wonder if there was a problem with his senses. Sky Knight Lydgate, do you feel anything strange? David came to the Sky Knight Lydgate's side and asked softly. In this environment, if he wanted to transmit his voice, he would have to activate his bloodline power. Baron Arthur, could it be that you feel something? I don't feel anything strange. The Sky Knight Lydgate looked at David strangely and said, if it wasn't for David's previous achievements, he would have thought that David was a coward. However, how can a knight who could exterminate the Barry family be a coward? Therefore, the Sky Knight Lydgate asked David for his opinion. I keep feeling that someone is watching us, but I can't sense anything. Maybe I'm wrong. David also didn't believe that anyone could avoid his senses. Hiswell had reached 9 points. His senses were extremely sensitive. Plus, there were no other disturbances in this environment, so his senses were even clearer. Under such circumstances, it was hard for him to believe that someone was still able to avoid his pursuit after watching him closely. No matter what, safety first. Let's send someone to investigate first. The Sky Knight Lydgate was very concerned about David's discovery. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice. Then he pointed to an Earth Knight and said, our target is 200 kilometers in a straight line. You stay 5 kilometers away from us. If you find anything, report back immediately." That Earth Knight came with Alfonso Knight. He looked at Alfonso Knight, and after seeing Alfonso Knight nod, he turned around and sped up. "Sky Knight Lydgate, did you find anything?" Alfonso Knight asked. He didn't hear the conversation between David and the Sky Knight Lydgate through the bloodline power. "Nothing, just a precaution." The Sky Knight Lydgate didn't say anything about David's discovery. Even David himself wasn't sure, so he didn't say anything. He didn't want to make everyone worry. The group walked for another 10 minutes, and the Earth Knight Lydgate appeared in front of them on a war horse. Summoning a war horse in this kind of environment, unless it was an emergency, wouldn't do so. The war horse also needed the energy of the Spinulosa disc. This would consume more bloodline power, and they would have to fight later. If they used too much of their bloodline power, it might affect the battle. "There's a storm in front. We need to find a place to hide immediately," the Earth Knight Lydgate said loudly as soon as he arrived in front of the group. "There's a storm here? How is that possible?" The Sky Knight Lydgate looked at the sky. There wasn't even an atmosphere here. How could there be a storm? At this moment, a red wall that was hundreds of meters high appeared in the distance. It was moving towards them. The red wall was the red dust that was blown up by the storm. The red wall was moving towards their position. Form the night battle formation. The Lydgate Sky Knight Lydgate looked around. This place was flat. There was no place to hide, so he decided. The 5 Sky Knights were at the outermost circle, and the rest of the Knights were in the middle. They formed a night defensive formation. The Earth Knight Lydgate also put away his war horse. It would be a burden to use a war horse here. Although David had obtained the perfect night battle formation, this was the first time he was working with a knight. He activated his bloodline power and stood at a node according to the night battle formation. The center of the night battle formation was the Lydgate Sky Knight Lydgate. He activated his bloodline power, and the bloodline power pulsed between the knights. Through the night battle formation, the 12 knights were all connected together. David felt that a part of his bloodline strength started to flow in the knight's battle formation. This part of his bloodline strength didn't disappear. Instead, it would return to his side after one round of circulation. After that, it would start the next circulation. The most direct feeling he had was that no matter if it was his bloodline power or the bloodline power of the others, as long as he wanted to use it, he could use it under the premise of following the night battle formation. For example, now that he was setting up the night battle formation, David could use any bloodline power to form a bloodline power shield when he was in danger. This bloodline power shield was formed by the bloodline power of the other night battle formations. Its defensive power was very strong. Before he returned the bloodline power to the night battle formation, the other knights would need to transfer their bloodline power to the night battle formation again to maintain the balance of the bloodline power in the night battle formation. When David returned the bloodline power to the night battle formation, the extra bloodline power in the night battle formation would also flow back to the night battle formation. This bloodline power was very limited. In the case of the night battle formation, David could only use the bloodline power to form a defensive shield. It could not be used to attack. This was just the night battle formation. For example, the arrow-shaped battle formation in the offensive battle formation was a kind of offensive battle formation. In the arrow-shaped battle formation, only the knight in the arrowhead position could use the bloodline power in the night battle formation for offensive purposes. The night battle formation was a complex and efficient system that every knight needed to learn. The Sky Knight of Lydgate found that David was perfectly integrated into the night battle formation. He could not help but look at David a few more times. He knew about David's situation. David had only been in the great world of God for a few months. Before that, David had not been exposed to the knowledge of knights, let alone learning the night battle formation. But now, not only was David an official knight, but he was also proficient in the night battle formation. David's performance in the night battle formation was not worse than the 3 young knights who had been learning the night battle formation since they were young. Geniuses are geniuses. They learn everything faster than others. The Sky Knight of Lydgate sighed in his heart. Just as the night battle formation was set up, The red wall that was hundreds of meters tall came crashing down. Everyone pulled down the knight's helmet and focused their attention, cooperating with the knight's defensive battle formation with all their might. Just as the red wall was about to hit, something unexpected happened. The red wall turned into a giant palm and slammed down on the knight battle formation. The Sky Knight of Lydgate controlled the bloodline power to mobilize the knight battle formation. All the knights in the knight battle formation moved accordingly. The knight battle formation moved quickly to the left. At the same time, the knight battle formation changed from defense to charging. With 5 Sky Knights, the speed of the change of formation was extremely fast. The Knight Mark and the Knight Garland had been taught by David recently. In addition, they had the physical instincts of the knight battle formation. Therefore, there were no accidents in the operation of the knight battle formation. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that they were not in charge of the knight battle formation. The most important person in the knight battle formation was the leader of the battle formation. David was in the knight battle formation. He also noticed the rapid change of the knight battle formation. Just as the giant red palm was about to slam down, the charging battle formation was formed. He felt that his speed had at least doubled, and he charged to the left at extreme speed. Just as the battle formation formed by the 12-knight battle formation moved to the left, the giant red palm just missed the knight battle formation and slammed on the ground. Through the shadow attendant in the sky, David could see that the palm left a huge palm print on the ground. The power of this palm was comparable to the full power attack of a peak Earth Knight. If he did not dodge, although there were 5 Sky Knights helping to defend, he would still consume a portion of his bloodline power to protect all the knight. Under any circumstances, knights would choose to solve the problem without consuming their bloodline power. The Lydgate Sky Knight did this. The situation on Mo planet was beyond the Lydgate Sky Knight's expectations. He would not waste any of his bloodline power. Chapter 704. The Sky Knight of Lydgate wasn't as calm as he looked. Or rather, the 2 Sky Knights of the law enforcement team and the Sky Knight of the Noble Affairs office weren't calm at all, because they knew what had appeared just now and what it represented. Perhaps before this, the 3 Sky Knights still regarded this mission as a babysitter mission. This was their job, and they could gain the friendship of several families. But now, the 3 Sky Knight no longer thought this way. They wanted to change their attitude and stop being babysitters. Sky Knights, rise into the air. We will disperse this storm. The Sky Knight of Lydgate said loudly. Even though the Sky Knight of Lydgate wasn't going to babysit the mission, they still had to protect the safety of these young people. So the most important thing now was to disperse this strange storm. This required them to fight in the air. The Sky Knight of Lydgate, Dick, and Sky Knight of Bernal all summoned their flying mounts. The powerful transcendent flying mounts had the ability to survive in this environment after the Sky Knight had absorbed the bloodline power of the Spinulosa disc. The 3 Sky Knights rose into the air and formed a 3-man knight battle formation. The Sky Knight of Lydgate looked back at the 2 Sky Knights standing beside David. He didn't say anything as he didn't have the authority to command the 2 Sky Knights protecting David. Baron Arthur, you'll be in command of us. Lady Knight Mary said to David as soon as she saw the law enforcement team and the Sky Knight of the Noble Affairs office leave. Baron Arthur, we will listen to you. Knight Jasper and Knight Alfonso said. Their hearts were as clear as a mirror. Not to mention Baron Arthur's ferocious reputation. Even the 2 Sky Knights beside Baron Arthur required their respect. In this dangerous place, if they were to encounter another attack like the one just now, they would have to rely on the protection of the 2 Sky Knight. Form the battle formation. We'll withdraw from the battlefield. David did not decline and said in a deep voice. Knight Mary, Knight Jasper, Knight Alfonso, and the 3 Earth Knights they brought with them approached David. They formed a battle formation and quickly retreated. In the sky, the 3 Sky Knights, with the Lydgate Sky Knight as the tip of the arrow, attacked the red palm that was condensed again. The huge sword formed by the white bloodline power collided with the huge palm formed by the red dust, and the huge palm was pierced through. However, the giant red palm seemed to be fine. It It reformed the hole, and once again swung towards the 3 Sky Knight. "Dick, Bonner, our luck is not bad. We actually encountered such a good thing," the Sky Knight Lydgate said to the 2 Sky Knights as he charged towards the giant palm again. If he was alone, he wouldn't have been so relaxed. However, with the 3 Sky Knight working together, there was no problem at all. "Let's split the merit points equally," the Sky Knight Bonner requested. The Sky Knight Bonner was a Sky Knight from the Noble Affairs office, while the Lydgate Sky Knight and the Dick Sky Knight were Sky Knights from the law enforcement team. Their relationship was different, so he had to make it clear in advance. In the face of benefits, it would be troublesome if they did not reach an agreement in advance. "Okay, let's split the merit points equally." The Lydgate Sky Knight and the Dick Sky Knight looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. The Lydgate Sky Knight nodded in agreement. After the 3 Sky Knights broke through the giant palm again, they high-fived each other in the air and truly reached an agreement. After reaching an agreement, the 3 Sky Knights' blood power increased by several times. Their speed and attack power increased by a lot. The 3 Sky Knight in the sky turned into a white light and continuously attacked the palm formed by the red storm. Soon, the palm was scattered, and the red storm turned into a giant wall. However, as soon as it changed, it was scattered by the 3 Sky Knight again. Every time the 3 Sky Knight charged and pierced through the red storm would weaken a little. After a minute of aerial battle, the red storm finally couldn't hold on and exploded. The storm disappeared, and the red dust also fell to the ground under the influence of gravity. The 3 Sky Knights turned in the air and flew towards the knight on the ground. When they were about 10 meters away, they retracted their flying mounts and landed in front of the knights. The Lydgate Sky Knight looked at David and the other 3 young knights and said, "Everyone, there's a change in the mission this time. Your mission has changed to patrolling the periphery. If you find any escaping evil god believers, kill them. The mission will be completed by us." Lydgate Sky Knight, "According to what you said, we won't gain anything from this mission?" Mary Knight asked aloud. It was important to know that her family had put in a lot of effort for her to participate in this mission. No matter how much the family helped her, they couldn't help her too many times. Losing a chance to gain merit could affect her for life. Without enough merit, Mary Knight couldn't exchange for a title. Without a title, she couldn't enjoy the privileges of a noble. This would have a huge impact on her marriage and her future life. That was why Mary Knight directly faced the Lydgate Sky Knight, completely ignoring the fact that he was a Sky Knight. Not only Mary Knight, Jasper Knight, and Alfonso Knight also looked at the Lydgate Sky Knight with questioning eyes. If the Sky Knight didn't give a satisfactory answer, they wouldn't agree to this decision. You also saw that the storm just now was controlled by a strong person. I suspect that the strength of the strong person may have reached level 4, so this mission is not suitable for you, the Lydgate Sky Knight patiently explained. There are level 4 strong believers of the evil god, and Baron Arthur also has 2 Sky Knights. We can still complete the mission by ourselves. Mary Knight continued. The 2 Sky Knights do have the ability to fight, but if Baron Arthur goes, his life will be in danger. The Lydgate Sky Knight glanced at David, who didn't speak, and continued to explain. In fact, if it wasn't for the great benefits this time, the Lydgate Sky Knight didn't want to offend these young people at all. As for Baron Arthur, he was prepared to delay him first and give him a certain amount of merit as compensation after completing the mission. As for the other 3 young knights, the Lydgate Sky Knight didn't care too much. He gave the 3 young knights face because of the families behind them. When it came to his own interests, it was fine to not give face. Baron Arthur, I have something to talk to you about alone. The Lydgate Sky Knight waved his hand to stop Mary Knight from speaking again and said to David. David nodded and walked to the side with the Lydgate Sky Knight. The Mark Knight and Garian Knight followed closely behind David. The Lydgate Sky Knight also didn't say anything. Baron Arthur, the target of this mission involves the evil god. It is extremely dangerous to go near it without level 4 strength. I also know how important this mission is to you, so we have decided that the merit for destroying the evil god's base will be calculated to you. What do you think? The Lydgate Sky Knight directly expressed his thoughts. David glanced at the Lydgate Sky Knight, then looked at the Dick Sky Knight and Bernal Sky Knight. His spirit was extremely strong. So naturally, he could feel the abnormal fluctuations in the spirit of the Sky Knight and Bernal Sky Knight. This was the result of their emotions being agitated. If the two Sky Knights' spirit were agitated, it could be imagined that this so-called evil god wasn't a bad thing. Instead, it was very likely that there was a huge reward, which made the three Sky Knights change their attitude from before. Okay, David didn't directly oppose the Lydgate Sky Knight's idea. In this kind of environment, unless he wanted to fall out with the Lydgate Sky Knight, it was better to agree. The Lydgate Sky Knight saw that David agreed, and the stone in his heart was put down. Although David only had two Sky Knights by his side, David's previous battle record was too scary. The two Sky Knights of the Barry family and dozens of elite knights all died in the hands of David. No one would believe that David didn't have some special methods. The Lydgate Sky Knight didn't want to provoke David, so the best way was to settle the relationship between them peacefully. In addition, David was arranged by Lord Gould to participate in this mission. Let's not talk about David bringing two Sky Knights. Even if David didn't bring any battle power, the few Sky Knights had to prepare the corresponding merits for David. Otherwise, what would Lord Gould think? The Lydgate Sky Knight didn't wait any longer. The mission on planet Embark was very important. If the evil god's followers left, he would regret it to death. The Lydgate Sky Knight and the other two Sky Knights left on their flying mounts, leaving behind David and the others. Do you really think I don't know? They are going for the ancient god statue. The female knight Mary said softly after seeing the three Sky Knights' figures disappear into the sky. Although her voice was very soft, she used the power of blood to let the people beside her hear it clearly. What? There's an ancient god statue here? The Knight of Jasper's eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. No wonder the three Sky Knight left us behind. The Knight of Alfonso said, as if he just understood. What is an ancient god statue? Only David didn't know what was going on and asked. The ancient god statue is a statue recognized by the ancient god. Every ancient god statue can directly borrow the ancient god's power. The ancient god statue is a bridge to communicate with the ancient god. The female Knight of Mary was indeed knowledgeable. She explained the use of the ancient god statue clearly. What is the use of the ancient god statue to us? Why are the three Sky Knight in such a hurry to get it? David continued to ask. The ancient god statue has no special use to us, but it can be exchanged for a large amount of merit points. This amount of merit points is enough for a baron like you to be promoted to an earl and give you a piece of land. Before the female Knight of Mary could answer this time, the Knight of Jasper said first. David couldn't help but be surprised. He had killed three evil god's followers before, and he had to add the merit points from completing this mission to be able to exchange for the merit points for a baron to be promoted to a viscount. But an ancient god statue could be exchanged for the merit points for an earl, and it could also be given a piece of land. An earl was already a high-ranking noble, and he had a piece of land. This wasn't some manor or business. To be able to be called a piece of land meant that it was completely autonomous. On the land, one could collect taxes on their own, make laws that were completely different from the great world of God, and decide the life and death of the people in the land. Of course, no noble would do anything bad to the people in the land, because these people were the most important asset of the Lord. And a piece of land that belonged to oneself was the foundation of becoming a great lord. To be honest, David was really tempted at this moment. After being in the great world of God for so long, he knew the importance of a noble title. A noble title represented status, and a higher noble title meant a higher social status and higher aristocratic privileges. For example, although David was now considered famous among the nobles, this only allowed him to gain a foothold in the circle of nobles. He still didn't have the qualifications to come into contact with the higher aristocratic privileges. For example, Once his strength reached a certain level and he wanted to go to the Fighting Star, he would need to have enough status to quickly apply to go to the Fighting Star. Knights who could go to the Fighting Star were all knights of the highest nobles or great noble clans. Other knights who wanted to go to the Fighting Star would have to slowly wait, perhaps 10 or 20 years before their application would be approved. Another thing was the supply of resources. Only those with a high enough noble title could participate in the distribution of the resources produced by the Fighting Star. This wasn't something David needed. He currently had 5 Sky Knights to provide cultivation resources for. For the short term, he could have the Sky Knights cultivate less, but for the long term, the 5 Sky Knights had to constantly cultivate and increase their strength to keep up with him. What do you plan to do next? David asked Mary Knight. What else can we do? We'll just look around for the evil believers that the 3 Sky Knights missed. Mary Knight said with a shrug. She then asked, what do you plan to do? Mary Knight didn't believe that David would stay here. After all, she had told him about the ancient god statue in order to make the 3 Sky Knights suffer. David had 2 Sky Knights by his side, and with the ancient god statue, an item that could be exchanged for a large amount of merit points, how could David feel at ease just looking around? If I split up with you, I might have a better chance. David didn't say anything and just replied with a smile. It's good to split up. That way, the chances of getting merit points will be higher. Jasper Knight nodded in agreement. He also didn't want David to stay here. Otherwise, if they encountered any evil believers, who would be able to fight against the 2 Sky Knights? It was better for them to split up and rely on their own luck. Perhaps he would be lucky enough to get more merit points. Chapter 705. David brought Mark Knight and Garan Knight away from the 3 young knights. Of course, the 3 young knights also brought their own Earth Knights and separated. After he couldn't see anyone else, David's mind moved, and the shadow attendant opened the summoning ring and put away Mark Knight and Garan Knight. Without the 2 Sky Knights, he could move more freely. David activated the lightning body talent. He pulled out a bolt of lightning from the lightning pattern in his soul space, and then his body merged with this bolt of lightning. This feeling was very strange. His body seemed to have entered another space, and he only kept his consciousness in the lightning in the real space. And as long as he wanted, he could control the lightning to move as he wished. With the lightning body talent, the lightning that was pulled out from the lightning pattern seemed to have a slight connection with the lightning pattern. As the lightning moved, it would slowly be consumed, and the lightning pattern would replenish the consumption of the lightning in time, maintaining the existence of the lightning. This bolt of lightning quickly moved forward on the ground. Due to the thick red dust on the ground, the lightning did not move on the red dust. Instead, it moved within the red dust that was not very dense. This made it so that the lightning could not be seen from the outside, and the energy of this bolt of lightning was very weak. At least on planet Ba, it was a very hidden way of moving. The lightning body's hidden movement was just one aspect, but the most important aspect was its speed. It was not an exaggeration to describe the movement of the lightning body. David turned into a part of the lightning, and without the restrictions of a solid body, his speed was completely determined by the speed of the lightning. Among all the energy, lightning was the fastest. David moved through the red dust, and did not even stir up the red dust. With the shadow attendant above, and the route that Lidgate Sky Knight had designed, the destination was a straight line, so he did not go in the wrong direction. After a short distance, he finally saw the existence of the non-red dust and the 3 Sky Knight. Shrines made of red rocks appear in front of them. These shrines were somewhat dilapidated and full of vicissitudes of time. David was shocked. What kind of power could build such majestic shrines in such an environment? It must be known that the great world of God did not have the construction machinery of the Interstellar Federation. To build such shrines, it required manpower. With planet Ba's natural environment, it could only be built by knight or warlocks. These broken shrines certainly could not be owned by a god recognized by the great world of God. They could only be the shrines of an evil god, and naturally could not be built by a knight. With the power of a warlock, building such shrines would be many times more difficult than building a knight. Lydgate Sky Knight, Dick Sky Knight, and Bernal Sky Knight were in the sky above the shrines. Their opponents were 4 giant red eagles. If David did not see wrongly, the 4 giant red eagles were not real life, but giant red eagles made of red rocks. He could not understand how the rocks could be turned into giant red eagles that could move and fight. What kind of power was needed to do this? The 4 giant red rock eagles and the 3 Sky Knight were locked in battle. At the very least, it would be impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Lydgate Sky Knight was not talking nonsense. If he had really brought the 3 young knights over, perhaps a single giant red rock eagle would be able to wipe out the 3 young knights and their earth knights. The 4 giant red rock eagles were all rank 4. In addition, their bodies were made of rocks, so they were not afraid of damage. They also had the advantage of numbers. If the 3 Sky Knights did not form a mini-knight formation, they would have already been at a disadvantage. David no longer observed the battle in the sky. He shifted his target to the shrines. He knew that the ancient god statue must be in these shrines. He did not remove the lightning body talent, but instead he activated the underground move talent. Hiding under the red dust, the lightning entered the ground. The speed of moving underground was much faster than David's underground move. David originally wanted to use the underground move talent to enter the shrines. For him, stealing things was a very easy task. But he did not expect that when he arrived at the bottom of the stairs of the shrines, an irresistible force would push him out of the ground. The stairs were cleaned until there was not a speck of dust on them, so the lightning that he turned into was exposed. However, this trace of lightning didn't seem to attract anyone's attention. Perhaps it was because of the battle between the 3 Sky Knights and the 4 Red Rock Eagles in the sky, or perhaps it was because the weak lightning itself didn't attract anyone's attention. David controlled the lightning to go to the edge of the stairs, where he could at least hide a little. Since there was no danger, he controlled the lightning to go up along the edge of the stairs. The stairs were very high, about 10 meters tall. David did not understand why these stairs were designed. Could it be that the ancient gods were 10 meters tall? Even if the ancient gods were 10 meters tall, would they really come to live in the shrines? Or was this design just to show the greatness of the ancient gods and set off the insignificance of humans? While thinking, David turned into lightning and went up the stairs to the door of the shrines. The door of the shrines was 15 meters tall and was also made of red rock. There were all kinds of carvings on it. The carvings were about how the ancient gods created the world, how the ancient gods killed demons, how the ancient gods saved humans, and so on. But if David remembered correctly, these shrines were the shrines of the shadow god. This was an ancient god who preached conspiracy and intrigue. Many killers believed in the shadow god. If the shadow god was really like the carvings, then the shadow god was not good at conspiracy and intrigue, but a god who saved the world. However, the carvings on the red rock door had other functions. At least in David's perception, there were many hidden patterns. Although he could not see these patterns clearly, he could tell that the general function of these patterns was nothing more than strengthening, defense, and so on. David first let the shadow attendant pass through the door and enter the shrines. As soon as the shadow attendant entered, a sharp wind pierced the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant was very fast. David immediately recalled the shadow attendant as soon as he attacked the shadow attendant. The strong wind hit nothing, and the shadow attendant returned to David's side. David's face was a bit ugly. This was the first time the shadow attendant was discovered after his shadow attendant's strength increased. The shadow attendant had always been his biggest secret. This time, he did not even see the target of the attack before the shadow attendant was discovered. David was in a bit of a dilemma. Should he leave now or continue to explore? He was unwilling to leave now. These were the shrines of the ancient gods, and they were shrines that the great world of God had not discovered. In addition to the ancient god statue, there should be other treasures in the shrines. David especially wanted to know how to use the power of the mind. Continuing to explore would be dangerous. If the enemy could discover the shadow attendant, then discovering his existence should not be a problem. David had long been used to using the shadow attendant before every operation. If he entered the shrines now, he would have to rely on his own luck. He looked at the sky again. The battle in the sky was still ongoing, but now the three Sky Knights had the upper hand. After a period of fighting, the three Sky Knights were familiar with the fighting style of the four Red Rock Eagles. The strength of the four Red Rock Eagles did not change, but the three Sky Knights were able to deal with them more easily. They could already leave some wounds on the Eagles. David thought to himself, since the three Sky Knights dared to come to the shrines for the ancient god statue, they naturally could deal with the dangers in the shrines. And he had 5 Sky Knights with him. How could he lose to the 3 Sky Knights? Thinking of this, David made a decision. He wanted to enter the shrines to take a look. The red rock door of the shrines might be difficult for others to open. Such a huge stone door would require a lot of strength to open, and it would be very difficult to destroy it. David was different. He activated the body of lightning, so he did not have a physical body. Instead, he became one with the lightning. Although the red rock door was tightly shut and there were almost no gaps, this almost meant that there was still a gap. David's underground sneaking ability was limited in the shrines, but his body of lightning could enter the gap. The lightning he merged with came under the stone door. There was a small gap between the stone door and the ground. Perhaps even small insects could not pass through this gap, but the lightning easily entered from below. The stone door was very thick, about half a meter thick. The lightning passed through the stone door and entered the shrines. The interior of the shrines was filled with golden light. This golden light came from the many glowing patterns on the top of the shrines. The top of the shrines was designed like a star. The center was the body of the star, and the glowing patterns were the light emitted by the star. Below the center was an altar with a 5-meter-tall statue standing on top of it. Near the altar were 2 people in black robes. They were constantly waving the scepters in their hands as if they were commanding something. A group of people were kneeling further away from the altar. These people were all facing the statue and muttering something as if they were praying. Just as David was observing, a strong wind suddenly appeared and hit the lightning. At the same time, it scared him. The wind came so fast that he could not react at all. Previously, when his mind was inside the shadow attendant, he reacted and dodged in time. David finally understood the gap between him and the shadow attendant. Although the shadow attendant did not have much power, the shadow attendant was still the servant of God. Even if it was weak, it was still strong in many aspects. He had never encountered such a fast attack before, so he could not compare it at all. This time, he could compare it. The wind hit the lightning, but it did not cause any damage to the lightning. It did not even affect the lightning at all. David knew that the body of lightning could make him immune to damage, but this was the first time he had experienced this effect. Another gust of strong wind appeared and hit the lightning again. This time, David focused and found the origin of the attack. The golden light at the top of the shrines would turn into a physical attack when it sensed something unusual. As long as an outsider was in the golden light, they would be constantly attacked by the golden light. At first, David was worried that the followers in the shrines would notice this attack. But after being attacked more than 10 times, the followers did not react. He realized that to others, these attacks might just be a golden light, just like the countless golden light inside the shrines. Since no one could notice it, he did not care about the continuous attacks. David did not know what the so-called ancient god statue looked like. If it was the statue in the center of the shrines, he would have to wait until the followers of the shrines left before he could use a grade weapon to separate the bottom of the statue from the altar and put it into the portal ring. He had already sensed that the 2 followers in black robes had reached level 4. As for the rest of the followers of the evil god, they were probably between level 2 and 3. If the golden light in the shrines did not attack automatically, he would have summoned all 5 Sky Knight and killed these followers of the evil god. But with the automatic attack of the golden light, and each attack was around level 4, even the 5 Sky Knight in the night battle formation would not be able to resist for long. David knew that he lacked experience in fighting against the followers of the evil god. For example, the 3 Sky Knights outside must know how to deal with the golden light. Otherwise, these shrines would be invincible against anyone below level 5. Why would the 3 sky knights take the risk to come here? He controlled the lightning and went around the followers. He moved around the edge of the shrines, looking for an opportunity. He early prepared to open the portal. The shrines will not be able to hold for long. Even if we can hold on this time, we will not be able to stop the following night. One of the 2 followers in black robes said to a level 3 follower below, "Mr. Priest, are we going to give up on the shrines?" The follower called eagerly asked with tears in his eyes, "Have we not given up enough shrines? As long as we followers still exist, our Lord will definitely be able to repeat his glory. When that time comes, we will be able to live in our Lord's kingdom forever." The priest in black robes said in a deep voice, "Praise our Lord." When all the followers in the shrines heard the words of the priest in black robes, it was as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. The eyes of the follower, Heer Lee, also lit up. He stood up and bowed towards the tall statue of the god. Then, he turned around and walked to the side. David controlled the lightning and followed him from afar. Since there was no chance in the Hall of the Shrines, he might as well follow him and see if there was any chance. Chapter 706. The level 3 believer opened a door on the side and walked out. David observed the hall for a while and found that the rest of the believers had returned to their previous state of prayer. No one cared about the tiny electric light. In fact, in this hall that was filled with golden light, David's little electric light was really hard to notice. Plus, the believers would never have thought that someone could sneak into shrines. After all, the security system of the shrines was not attacked. How could anyone enter? The security system of the shrines was really strong. For example, if one wanted to break through the defense of the gate, they would have to defeat at least 4 level 4 Red Rock Eagles. Then, they would have to break through the defense of the shrines and the thick stone gate of the shrines to enter. But who would have thought that David did not enter the shrines as a human at all? Instead, he became part of the electric light. Other than the automatic defense circle inside the shrines that noticed him, the other security systems did not notice him. The automatic defense circle used accumulated faith as energy, so it was more sensitive. However, it could not be used in the entire shrines. If the god of shadow of the shrines was still in his prime and had a large number of believers, the entire red shrines would emit golden light. Non-believers could not even get close to the shrines. The believers of the god of shadow could only recall this scene in the records. This era was no longer the era of the ancient gods. The more powerful gods and nobles would not allow the ancient gods to revive. The number of surviving ancient gods was extremely small, and the amount of faith energy they could provide was also very small. David waited for a while and controlled the electric light to come to the gate. He went through the gap under the gate again. Behind the gate was a corridor. The golden light that had been attacking him was blocked by the gate, and the attack disappeared. David let out a long sigh of relief. He sped up the electric light and chased after the believer. Although the level 3 believer was in a hurry, he still kept walking in the shrines instead of running. It seemed like this was his attitude towards the shrines. David's electric light quickly caught up with the level 3 believer. He was about 10 meters away from the believer, carefully following him. The rank 3 evil god follower arrived at a stone staircase that led downwards. Following the staircase, David discovered that there was actually a medium-sized teleportation gate here. Previously, when he heard the black-robed priest mention the portal, David was still wondering why the followers of the evil god could set up a portal here. He did not expect to see a medium-sized portal. As far as he knew, the portal was a magic item strictly controlled by the great world of God. Every portal had a corresponding identity to enter the portal network. David didn't have time to set up the medium-sized portal he got from the Berry family. But even if he did, he still needed to report to the Noble Affairs Office. Then, the Noble Affairs Office would handle the procedures for him to connect to the medium-sized portal network. He believed that the medium-sized portal in the shrines would not have a legal identity. So how could he use it? However, David soon found that this medium-sized portal was different from the one he got. This one was very old. It seemed like it had a long history. While David was deep in thought, the level 3 evil god believer took out a control card from his spatial item. The medium portal was not activated yet, so he focused his mind on the control card and prepared to activate it. David's eyes lit up. No matter how the medium-sized portal worked, he could control it with the control card. Without any hesitation, the shadow servant flew out of his body and appeared behind the level 3 believer in an instant. Afterward, Mark Knight was released by the shadow attendant. As soon as the knight came out of his summoning ring, he began to swing his rank 4 heavy sword. The follower of the level 3 evil god was not prepared at all. He did not expect that a sky knight would appear in the safest temple. And this sky knight even shamelessly used a sneak attack on a level 3 evil god follower that was 1 level lower than him. There was already a difference of 1 level, and the result of the sneak attack was that the level 3 evil god follower didn't even have time to react before his head flew off. The shadow attendant took out the portal object of the believer and put the head and body into the portal ring. The head and body could be exchanged for glory points. David's figure came out of his lightning body state. He returned to his human form and walked to the medium-sized portal gate. Even a master alchemist, like him, couldn't recognize the pattern on the medium-sized portal gate. He only knew that it was an extremely ancient pattern that almost no alchemist knew how to use. However, no matter how ancient the medium-sized portal gate was, David could still completely dismantle it if he wanted to. With the experience of dismantling the medium-sized portal gate last time, although there were some differences this time, the dismantling process was more or less the same. After letting Knight Mark keep an eye on the stone stairs, David multitasked. He and the shadow attendant worked together and spent some time dismantling the medium-sized portal gate into a few pieces and put them into the portal ring. After he was done, the whole shrines suddenly shook, and then it continued to shake. David's heart skipped a beat. It seemed like the 3 sky knights were attacking the shrines. Maybe the believers in the shrines were preparing to leave. Thinking of this, he let the shadow attendant summon the other 4 sky knights. The 5 sky knights formed the charge knight formation. Although they didn't use mounts, the power of the 5 sky knights in the knight formation was not something the believers here could compare to. As long as there was no automatic defense circle in the shrine, David could rely on the 5 sky knights to directly kill the believers here. This was where his confidence came from. Outside the shrines, the 4 level 4 red rock eagles were all shattered into pieces on the ground. This wasn't because the 3 sky knights were strong, but because the energy of the 4 level 4 red rock eagles was completely depleted. It was important to know that a level 4 rock golem needed a lot of energy, and the level of the energy was also very high. Even a top-level Krypton could not provide this kind of energy. Only a perfect grade Krypton could provide the energy needed for a level 4 red rock eagle. No matter how much energy was in a perfect grade Krypton, it could not sustain a long battle. A level 4 battle would consume too much energy. Also, the 3 sky knights relied on their flying mounts to fly. Although the 4 level 4 red rock eagles had wings, they used the energy of the perfect grade Krypton in their bodies. In the end, the perfect grade Krypton collapsed because of too much energy, and the red rock eagles also collapsed. This was also the reason why Sky Knight Lydgate and the other 2 Sky Knights were willing to fight, even though they knew how difficult it was to deal with the 4 level 4 red rock eagles. They knew the weakness of this type of golem, so they knew how to defeat it. The 3 Sky Knights kept depleting the energy of the 4 level 4 red rock eagles. When the 4 level 4 red rock eagles ran out of energy, they immediately attacked the shrines. They would not be as reckless as David, who dared to enter the shrines without breaking the shrine's defense. Without breaking the defense of the shrines and cutting off the energy supply of the shrines, any method of entering the shrines was suicidal. Shrines were places where gods were worshipped. Although the ancient gods had long since fallen asleep, the inside of the shrines was not something ordinary people could desecrate. "Get ready to retreat," the black-robed priest said in a deep voice. He was a follower of the shadow god, so he had a lot of experience when it came to strategy and assassination. However, he was not confident when it came to direct combat. It wasn't just him, the rest of the evil god's followers had the same thought. Otherwise, if the two evil god's followers had joined forces with the four red rock eagle puppets, Sky Knight Lidgate, and the other two Sky Knights would have had to retreat for the time being. These shrines are not preserved, another black-robed priest said as he looked at the hall with some reluctance. The remaining 20 or so followers all stood up. The black-robed cleric from before pressed a button on a mechanism at the side, and the 5-meter-tall statue moved to the side, revealing the hidden item underneath. It was a golden statue. The black-robed priest carefully stepped forward and respectfully held up the golden statue with both hands. The statue was not big, and there was a golden light flashing on its surface. Just as the black-robed priest held up the golden statue, the automatic golden light circle on top of the hall immediately stopped working. Even the golden light on top of the hall disappeared, and the hall was pitch black. The followers of the shadow god did not panic. Instead, they were more used to this kind of dark environment. The black-robed priest put the golden statue into a pendant in front of his chest. Then he waved his hand and walked towards the back of the hall. The rest of the followers followed the black-robed priest. Although they were about to lose the shrines, as long as the ancient statue was still there, they could continue to communicate with and worship the shadow god. The black-robed priest was so determined to retreat because he could not afford to lose the ancient statue. The ancient statue contained a strand of the shadow god's spirit. Although the shadow god was sleeping, and this strand of spirit was also sleeping, the priest of the shadow god could still use the power of the shadow god when they needed it. If it wasn't for the fact that the 3 Sky Knights came at the same time, and there was only one Sky Knight, he would have been killed by the priest before he could even reach the shrines. Unfortunately, there were 3 Sky Knights, and they were all very powerful Sky Knights. They were also very experienced in dealing with followers of the shadow god, so the black-robed priest couldn't do anything about it. For the sake of the ancient god statue, or to be more precise, for the excuse of protecting the ancient god statue, no one other than the 2 black-robed divine priests knew. But with this reason, the 2 black-robed divine priests did not hesitate at all to retreat. When the black-robed priest walked down the stairs, he sensed the situation below and couldn't help but yell in anger. What's going on? I didn't sense any dimensional energy. What is he really doing? Why didn't he open the portal earlier? He couldn't help but be angry. The portal needed time to open, and the 3 Sky Knights outside were attacking the shrines. If they waited any longer, the defense of the shrines would be broken, and it would be too late for them to leave. Luckily, they decided to leave early, so they still had time to wait for the portal to open. Therefore, although the black-robed priest was angry, he still sped up and prepared to open the medium portal. When he walked into the space where the medium portal was located, he didn't see it at first. Then, he saw 5 Sky Knights suddenly appear. After David summoned the 5 Sky Knights, he took out the seclusion circle he got from the Barry family's mansion. The 2 seclusion circles formed a larger seclusion circle for the 5 Sky Knights to hide. The level of this seclusion circle was very high. It was used by rank 4 Sky Knight assassins, so it was effective even against rank 4 fighters. Therefore, when the 2 rank 4 black-robed priests brought the evil god followers in the medium portal, they didn't immediately notice the 5 Sky Knights. David once again used his body of lightning ability to merge with a flash of lightning. At the same time, the shadow attendant threw out the thorny seeds that were already prepared in the hallway. Immediately, the entire corridor, all the way down to the stone staircase, was covered in thorns. These thorns had all been processed by David using his secret thorns technique. As long as he tossed them out from his interspatial ring, they would immediately grow into a barrier of thorns. There was a rank 2 evil god follower who was walking the slowest. He was still on the stone stairs and was just within the range of the thorny seeds. This rank 2 evil god follower was attracted by the angry roar of the rank 4 black-robed priest. By the time he noticed the thorny plants behind him, it was already too late. He was surrounded by thorny plants. Since the evil god follower didn't have the protection of his steel armor, He didn't have time to use his ability. He felt a sharp pain on his body and let out a scream. The pain caused by the hundreds of thorns piercing his body made it impossible for the level 2 evil god believer to use his abilities. A level 3 evil god's follower at the front waved his hand and released a flame, rescuing the level 2 evil god's follower. However, just as another follower pulled the level 2 evil god's follower out, the area of thorns that had been burned by the flame was once again covered by thorns. These thorny seeds were modified by the nobles, so they had extremely strong vitality. Unless the thorny roots were destroyed, the thorny plants would continue to cover a certain area. Everyone, prepare for battle. The rank 4 black-robed priest saw the sudden appearance of the 5 sky knights and yelled in shock. Chapter 707. Between a rank 4 sky knight and a rank 4 warlock. This could be seen from the fact that warlocks have been suppressed by knights for many years. Not to mention 5 sky knights. Even if there were only 2 sky knights, they would still be able to give the 2 level 4 warlocks an enormous pressure. When the 5 sky knights formed a knight battle formation, the 2 level 4 warlocks simply wouldn't be able to resist. That 4th rank black-robed divine priest shouted loudly, while he and the other 4th rank black-robed divine priest retreated backwards. They wanted to use the lives of the rest of the believers to delay the 5 sky knights' footsteps, thus giving them time to escape. Kill. The rest of the believers didn't know what the 2 rank 4 black-cloaked priests were thinking. They shouted in unison. Immediately, fireballs and ice arrows flew together, mixed with some poison needles and the like. The scene of more than 20 believers attacking at the same time was very spectacular. Unfortunately, their opponents were the 5 sky knights, who were of a higher rank than them. Before the fireballs and ice arrows could even get close, they were blocked by a barrier of blood force. The poison needles were blown away by the wind pressure brought about by the charging of the 5 sky knights. The 5 sky knights endured the attacks and rushed into the midst of the more than 20 evil god believers. At this time, the evil god believers also discovered that the 2 level 4 black-robed priests didn't make a move. Instead, they were retreating and had already arrived in front of the thorns. The disappointment of being abandoned made them extremely angry, but this anger was of no use. The 5 rank 4 heavy swords turned into countless light purple sword lights. These more than 20 believers couldn't block the charging speed of the 5 sky knights. Their target wasn't the believers, but the 2 rank 4 black-cloaked priests who wanted to escape. The 5 sky knights didn't have enough intelligence, but David was commanding them from the side. The 2 rank 4 black-cloaked priests waved the scepters in their hands, and the thorns covering the corridor withered in a flash. The specially cultivated thorns weren't able to block the targeted abilities of the rank 4 black-cloaked priests. Just like how a knight studied the followers of an evil god, the followers of an evil god also studied everything related to a knight. The thorny secret technique was also a commonly used secret technique. Naturally, it had a specific ability. However, this kind of targeted ability also required a considerable amount of strength to display. David also didn't think that his secret thorns technique wouldn't even be able to stop them for a bit. From the speed at which the 2 level 4 black-robed priests retreated, it could be seen that they were warlocks who specialized in speed. It wasn't surprising. The followers of the God of Shadows had high attainments in speed to shake off their enemies. Although it was impossible for 2 level 4 black-robed divine officers to escape from the hands of 5 sky knight, and catching up to them was only a matter of time, David didn't want the battle to drag on for too long. Right now, the frequency of the attacks on the shrines outside was becoming more and more frequent, and the shrines were constantly emitting muffled sounds. That was the sound of the safety rune being broken. Once the safety rune was broken, David's 5 sky knights would have to face the 3 sky knights. Unless David wanted to kill the 3 sky knights together, it would be very difficult for him to hide the fact that he had 5 sky knights under his command. Now wasn't the time to expose this. Besides, it was easier said than done to kill the 3 sky knights on their flying mounts. If they wanted to escape from the battle, it would only take a moment. Therefore, David didn't plan to give the two-level, four-black cloaked priests a chance to enter the corridor. With a thought, the shadow attendant appeared in the corridor, and then he released the sonic iron beetle from his summoning ring. The 5-meter-long sonic steel beetle used its massive body to completely seal off the corridor, and the two fourth-rank priests nearly ran into the sonic steel beetle head first. A sonic iron beetle, one of the level 4 black cloaked priests shouted in a different tone. Anyone who suddenly saw the legendary sonic iron beetle, the main transport beetle of the Zerg invasion, would be incomparably shocked. If the level 4 black cloak priest didn't know about the sonic iron beetle, it would be better, but because he knew about it, he was even more shocked. The reason was very simple. The sonic iron beetle had always been an important part of the Zerg combat force. As long as a sonic iron beetle appeared, it meant the arrival of hundreds or even thousands of Zergs. Within this sonic iron beetle, it could carry thousands of Zergs and release them at the same time when needed. The two level 4 black cloak priests were so scared that they lost their minds. Their hearts were cold. They didn't even want to fight anymore. They were just waiting to be swallowed by the Zergs. David didn't know what the two level 4 black cloak priests were thinking about. While he sent out the shadow attendant to block off the corridor with the sonic iron beetle, he also ordered the 5 Sky Knight to speed up and finish off the two level 4 black cloak priests. Although the sonic iron beetle was good at defense, and it wouldn't be a problem for it to block the attacks of the two level 4 black cloak priests for a short period of time, a level 4 warlock had too many strange abilities. David didn't want the sonic iron beetle to suffer too much damage. What David was worried about didn't happen. The two level 4 black cloak priests lost their minds during the battle, and their fates were already decided. Of course, when David summoned the 5 Sky Knight, the fates of the two level 4 black cloak priests had already been decided. The 5 Sky Knight passed through the 20 or so black cloak priests, and not a single one of them was left intact. The shadow attendant's quick appearance in the area indicated the fate of the 20 or so black cloaked priests. There was no fierce battle. After the Knight formation accelerated at full speed, the Knight Mark, who was at the front, quickly swung out 2 faint purple sword lights, and 2 heads flew into the air. David was a little surprised that the battle was so easy. He didn't expect the sonic iron beetle to be so terrifying in the records of the great world of God. The appearance of the sonic iron beetle represented the arrival of a hellish nightmare. The shadow attendant flew over and absorbed the souls of the two level 4 black cloaked priests. Shadow attendant, collect everything, including the corpses. Summon the 5 Sky Knight and the sonic iron beetle back. David commanded in his mind. The shadow attendant was very fast. David sensed that it flashed a few times, and the portal items and the corpses on the ground were collected. Then the 5 Sky Knight and the sonic iron beetle were also collected back into the summoning ring. At that moment, a loud noise came from the top of the shrines. David felt that the energy protecting the shrines had disappeared. He tried to activate Underground Sneak. This time, he didn't feel any repulsion, and his body sank into the ground. They escaped. The Sky Knight Lidgate said angrily. He was the first to rush into the hall, and he looked at the empty hall and said angrily. He thought that this was a place of shrines, and the followers of the evil god should be guarding the shrines to the death. They should live and die with the shrines. How could they escape before the shrines were destroyed? This was different from the followers of the evil god he had encountered before. Let's search and see if we can find anything, the Sky Knight Dick said with a disappointed expression. This time, they had offended 3 big nobles. They had chosen to do it themselves, and they had stolen the mission of 3 young Night Knights. Although the enemies were too powerful, they weren't stupid. With Baron Arthur's 2 Sky Knights, even if the 3 Sky Knights didn't do anything, this mission would still be completed. If they couldn't find the ancient god statue, their mission to attack the shrines would be like paving the way for someone else. They had made an agreement with Baron Arthur. They would give Baron Arthur the credit for destroying the shrines in exchange for Baron Arthur's choice not to interfere. Now that the shrines were destroyed, they didn't get anything. There are traces of battle here. The Sky Knight Bernal yelled in the hallway. The Sky Knight Lydgate and the Sky Knight Dick rushed over and saw the thorns in the hallway. They moved forward and saw the blood on the ground. The three Sky Knights couldn't help but look at each other. Was there an internal conflict between the followers of the evil god? Because there were no corpses on the ground, they couldn't see too many traces of battle. Most importantly, the five Sky Knights' battle was too simple. They didn't use too much strength, so naturally, there wouldn't be any traces left. In the beginning, there were more than 20 followers of the evil god, and then there were 2 level 4 black-robed priests. In the entire battle, other than the 20 followers launching an attack, it was a one-sided massacre by the 5 Sky Knight. As for the secret thorns technique, although it was developed by nobles, it didn't require blood power, so it wasn't strange for it to be passed down to the followers of the evil god. The reason why the Sky Knight Lydgate and the others didn't believe it was an outsider was because they rushed into the shrines as soon as the shrine's safety pattern was destroyed, leaving no chance for anyone else. They also didn't believe that anyone could enter the shrines before the shrine's safety pattern was destroyed, unless it wasn't a human. The Sky Knight Lydgate and the others guessed correctly. When David entered the shrines, he wasn't in his human form. He was in a flash of lightning, so the safety pattern didn't stop him. The Sky Knight Lydgate found something new on the other side and yelled, "There's a mark of dismantling here. It should be a portal that was dismantled." Disappointment rose in the hearts of the 3 Sky Knight Lydgate. Needless to say, the followers of the evil god left through the portal, and the followers of the evil god who stayed behind must have dismantled the portal. In the end, for some reason, the followers of the evil god who stayed behind got into a conflict. The Sky Knight Lydgate said in a deep voice, "Let's search again." The followers of the evil god who took the portal must not have gone far. While the 3 Sky Knight Lydgate were searching, David used his fastest speed to move underground. He only came out a few thousand meters away from the shrines. He then used the body of lightning to merge with the lightning and continued to move forward in the red dust. He didn't deactivate the body of lightning until he was a few dozen kilometers away. He then asked the shadow attendant to summon the Knight Mark and the Knight Garan. The 2 Sky Knights stood behind David and protected him like bodyguards. David pretended to be patrolling. He didn't want to share his harvest with the public. It wasn't necessary. As long as he handed over the bodies of the evil god followers and the ancient god statue to the Noble Affairs office, he would be rewarded accordingly. If he said it now, the 3 Sky Knight Lydgate might have other thoughts. David wouldn't use benefits to test people's hearts. This kind of great merit that could let at least 3 generations of the family not have to worry about being a noble was enough for the Sky Knight to do something irrational. But before that, he still had to check his harvest. David summoned the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant held all the portal items in his arms. He had to put them away himself, or else it would affect the shadow attendant's movements. There were a lot of portal items. Almost every evil god follower had one. Most of the spatial items were very simple and crude spatial bags. This kind of spatial bag, opened by mind, had always been very expensive. It didn't mean that this kind of spatial bag was very popular. On the contrary, very few people used this kind of spatial bag. Only rich alchemists could use it. It was because these portal bags were rare and the customers were rich alchemists that the portal bags opened with a mind were very expensive. David scanned the portal bags with his mind. The mind lock on these portal bags had long disappeared due to the death of the original owner. This allowed his mind to enter easily. After looking through nearly 20 portal bags, he was extremely disappointed with the things inside. Some books, some materials, but most of them were food. But when he thought about the environment of planet Mobah, it was easy to understand why there was food in the portal bags. Although there was a living environment in the shrines were only that big. They couldn't produce too much food. At most, they could only let the followers not starve to death. It was impossible to have delicious food. When these evil god followers went out, they would buy a lot of food and put it in the portal bags. David saw another 5 portal rings that were open with the mind. They must have belonged to the evil god followers who were level 3 and above. Inside, he saw some knight equipment. It must be their spoils of war. There are also some divine gold coins and some resources for mind training. But these were still useless to David. His mind had reached 9 points, so these kinds of resources were useless to him. David looked at the last portal pendant. This was his last hope. If the ancient god statue existed, it should be inside. When his mind entered the portal pendant, he was stunned by the space inside. To be honest, David had seen a lot of portal items with a lot of space. The portal ring on his hand had a lot of space, but he didn't expect a portal item to have so much space. The space inside this portal pendant was like a small world. It was tens of thousands of meters wide and tens of thousands of meters tall. Of course, this portal pendant had its own conditions. One's mind had to reach a certain level before it could be used. After using it, David felt that even a level 4 Sky Knight's mind wouldn't be enough to open this portal pendant. Chapter 708. However, David didn't care much about this dimension pendant. He was very satisfied with this dimension pendant. As long as he had this dimension pendant, he wouldn't need any other dimension items in the future. Of course, he still had to keep a dimension ring on his finger for show. When he wasn't strong enough, he had to try not to expose too many things. Especially since this dimension pendant clearly had the shadow god's shadow on it. David scanned the dimension pendant with his mind. The space inside was just too big. If someone else got this dimension pendant, they would probably need to rest their mind many times to completely scan the inside of the dimension pendant. David found a place to store things in the dimension pendant. It was empty inside, and there was a wooden shelf made of some unknown wood. There were some items on it. The first thing he saw was a golden statue. The golden color of the statue wasn't dyed, and it wasn't the color of the statue's material. It was the light that the statue emitted. The golden light moved around the surface of the statue, and people couldn't help but be attracted to the statue. When David's mind discovered the golden statue, the 2 crystals in his soul dimension seemed to vibrate. These 2 crystals were left behind after the battle angel and the bald man's remnant soul dissipated. Ever since they were left in the soul dimension, they didn't have any reaction. Even David couldn't touch them when he wanted to. The 2 crystals were like 2 separate dimensions in his soul dimension. Even if the soul dimension was his home, it couldn't affect the 2 crystals at all. But today, the 2 crystals were acting strangely, which made him very surprised. It made him even more certain that the golden statue he saw was the ancient god statue. This was because only items related to the gods could make the 2 crystals act strangely. But the environment here didn't allow David to continue. Who knew if the 2 crystals would affect the surroundings? You had to be very careful when it came to the gods. Because of this, David didn't even dare to look at the other items. He left the dimension pendant with his mind. After his mind left the dimension pendant, the 2 crystals in the soul dimension returned to normal. David and the 2 Sky Knights patrolled for nearly 20 minutes. The communication circle that was given to them before this mission started to have energy fluctuations in the space ring. He took out the communication circle and found that it was the Sky Knight from Lydgate. He used his blood power to open the communication circle. Baron Arthur, please bring the 2 Sky Knights to the mission location. Lydgate Sky Knight's voice came from the communication circle. I'll be there soon, David replied. David didn't hear anything from Lydgate Sky Knight's voice, but he knew that the Sky Knight was in a bad mood. But David didn't feel sorry at all. Lydgate Sky Knight hid the details of the mission. Lydgate and the other 2 Sky Knight were actually going to take away his mission. According to the normal procedure, the people in the shrines should be the mission target for him and the other 3 young knights. With 2 Sky Knights, they were not powerless. At most, 3 Sky Knights could help complete the mission and share the benefits. But Lydgate Sky Knight and the other 2 Sky Knights chose to ignore David and keep the huge merit for themselves. Although they gave David the merit to break through the shrines to prevent David from interfering, it was still a merit that he deserved. What made David feel the least pressure was that if it weren't for him, Lydgate Sky Knight and the other 2 Sky Knights wouldn't have achieved any results. If it weren't for David killing the evil believers first, they would have left through the portal. Mark Knight summoned the Golden Eagle. Garan Knight summoned the Bald Eagle. David grabbed the legs of the golden eagle and the bald eagle with both hands and flew into the sky. This also allowed David to quickly return to the entrance of the shrines. He saw Lydgate's Sky Knight and the other 3 Sky Knights standing at the entrance of the shrines. They didn't look too good. "Baron Arthur, please wait for the other knights," Lydgate's Sky Knight said to David with a forced smile. David nodded and stood aside to wait. The 3 Sky Knights weren't interested in talking, and David didn't want to talk in this atmosphere. After waiting for a while, he saw 3 young knights in the distance, rushing over from 3 different directions. "Sky Knight Lydgate, your battle was really clean. Not a single fish escaped the net," Mary Knight said with a mocking tone. Before she came, she had contacted Knight Jasper and Knight Alfonso and knew that the 3 of them didn't have any gains. The 3 sides were occupying 3 different directions. Logically speaking, if evil believers escaped from the shrines, they would scatter and escape. The 3 sides would encounter at least 1 or 2 evil believers. However, none of them managed to intercept the cultists. Either all the cultists fled towards Baron Arthur's direction, or Sky Knight Lydgate and the other 2 Sky Knights didn't give them any chance to escape. Mary Knight didn't ask Baron Arthur, but directly questioned Lydgate Sky Knight. She wanted to suppress Lydgate's Sky Knight with words. Now that the shrines were broken, the mission was over, and Mary Knight and the other 2 young knights didn't have any gains. This result was unacceptable. They wanted to use this method to make Lydgate's Sky Knight give them an explanation. "Knight Mary, we went through a tough battle and broke the defense of the shrines, but we were 1 step too slow. All the evil believers escaped through the portal," Lydgate's Sky Knight explained while suppressing his anger. At this time, Lydgate's Sky Knight didn't dare to get angry with Mary Knight. This mission was related to Mary Knight's life. It was the result of Mary's family's hard work. Not only Mary Knight, but the other 2 young knights were also the same. Their family paid a huge price to send them to participate in this mission, but they didn't get anything. How could they bear it? Lydgate's Sky Knight, although I'm a woman, I know about the portal. I know that the portal needs to be verified to enter the portal network. You said that there is a portal in the shrines, but I really don't believe it. Where's the portal? Mary Knight asked with sharp eyes. The portal was dismantled and taken away by the evil believers. We didn't catch the evil believers who took the portal, Lydgate's Sky Knight said with a bitter smile. This time, not only was Mary Knight full of doubts, but even Jasper and Alfonso Knight's eyes were strange. They felt that Lydgate's Sky Knight was playing with them like children. Ahem! David coughed softly, attracting the attention of several people present. He then continued to say, "Lydgate's Sky Knight, what are you planning to do by calling us here? Although the 3 of you didn't get anything from this mission, the shrines are still intact. There are many things in the shrines that can be exchanged for merit points. You can go in and search, and whoever finds the item will get it." Lydgate's Sky Knight seemed to have a plan, and immediately replied after David asked. Mary Knight, Jasper Knight, and Alfonso Knight looked at each other, and finally could only nod. They took their respective Earth Knights and entered the shrines. David didn't move. He knew the situation. There couldn't be anything good in the shrines. The useful things were kept in the portal pendant by the level 4 black-robed priests. The only things that couldn't be taken away were the materials of the shrines themselves. David had seen that the materials used in the shrines were the red rocks on planet Moba. The reason why it was special was not because of the red rocks themselves, but because of the energy in the shrines. Baron Arthur, please rest assured. We will report the merit points of breaking into the shrines when we go back. It will be your merit points. This will not change. Although the Lydgate Sky Knight was unwilling, he still said to David. The Lydgate Sky Knight didn't want to offend David because of this merit. If he offended the 3 big nobles, he might be troubled in some ways. However, if he offended David, then he would think about the Barry family and the Leakey family. It wouldn't be a problem. Thank you. David didn't hold back. He deserved it anyway. After waiting for another hour in front of the shrines, the Lydgate Sky Knight took out the communication circle and contacted the Starry Sky flying ship. When the female knight Mary and the other 3 young knights brought the 3 earth knights out of the shrines, the starry sky flying ship also appeared in the sky. The 3 young knights looked at the Lydgate Sky Knight with an unfriendly expression. It seemed like they didn't get anything good in the shrines. "Everyone, this mission is over. We will return immediately," the Lydgate Sky Knight announced loudly. The Lydgate Sky Knight didn't care too much about the attitude of the female knight Mary and the others. In his mind, as long as David was satisfied, it was fine. On the way back, the atmosphere in the starry sky flying ship was very tense. No one spoke. This atmosphere lasted until the law enforcement team of Bamistar, main city, got off the starry sky flying ship. Then, they all went their separate ways. The last mission was left to the Lydgate Sky Knight and the others. As for the merit points, they would all be given out. David summoned his war horse and rode it back to the mansion with the 2 Sky Knight following him. "Master, you are back. Knight Charlie is waiting for you in the hall." Steward Jason greeted David at the door and bowed as soon as he saw him. How did he know I was back? David had been out for a few days on this mission. Of course, most of the time was spent in space. He didn't have much time for missions, but Charlie was already waiting for him as soon as he came back. This made him very curious. Walking into the hall, David saw Charlie and Charlie's uncle, Baron Lekemo. These 2 were originally sitting, but they both stood up when they saw David. Baron Lekemo looked at David with a very special gaze. He didn't expect this young knight in front of him to do something like this. "Greetings, Baron Arthur." Charlie smiled and bowed. His attitude didn't change because David had slaughtered the Barry family, just like how David's attitude didn't change because he was the heir of the main family. Charlie had been taught that when someone did something that threatened his life, he had to fight back. As for how many people he killed, it didn't matter. Since the Barry family dared to put the battlefield in the Barry castle, they had to consider all possibilities. "Knight Charlie, what a coincidence. I just came back from a mission." David smiled back. "I calculated the time to come here. Due to the error in the information about your mission, the Noble Affairs Office is studying how to compensate the few who participated in the mission," Charlie said with a smile. In fact, the Sky Knight Lydgate used the long-distance communication circle to report the details of the mission on the starry sky flying ship. The Noble Affairs Office immediately sent a team of knights to receive the shrines. The shrines would be dismantled and the parts with research value would be taken away. The professionals in the Noble Affairs Office knew the value of the shrines better than the Knight Mary. Of course, even if the Knight Mary took away the shrines with research value, she couldn't exchange it for merit. At most, she would be rewarded with divine gold coins. This had no practical use for them who were born as big nobles. "Actually, I didn't get nothing this time." David didn't hide anything from Charlie. This mission was asked for by Charlie's father, Lord Gould. If he wanted to use the evil god's followers' bodies to exchange for merit, the main family would know. "Didn't you say you didn't get anything other than breaking the shrines?" Charlie asked strangely. Charlie didn't believe that the Sky Knight Lydgate would lie, and he also believed that David wouldn't talk nonsense. From beginning to end, no one asked me about the interceptions. In fact, I still intercepted some evil god followers. David replied with a smile. There was a reason for David to say this. On the MO Ba planet and the returning Universal flying ship, no one had asked him about the results of the interception. Of course, if the Sky Knight Lydgate asked, David wouldn't answer. But now, this became David's reason. "How many evil god followers did you intercept?" Charlie knew that David took the 2 Sky Knight Lydgate to complete the mission, so he asked curiously. 2 Tier 4 evil gods followers, 5 Tier 3 evil gods followers, and 20 Tier 1 and Tier 2 evil gods followers. Their corpses are all in the spatial ring. David replied after scanning the spatial ring with his mind. Baron Lekemo, who was drinking water, couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of water. Baron Lekemo was also doing missions. He also wanted to raise his noble rank, but he participated in many missions and didn't get a fraction of David's results. The main reason was that the evil god followers were too cunning. As soon as they heard that there was a Sky Knight, they immediately hid. Chapter 709. Baron Arthur, are you kidding? Charlie looked at David in disbelief. I'm not kidding. The corpses are all here. David laughed as he took out a space ring and threw it over. He wasn't worried that Charlie would be greedy for these merits. For the heir of a top noble, merits had no effect on Charlie. Maybe Baron Lek beside Charlie needed them, but Charlie definitely didn't need them. Charlie was destined to be the heir of the main family as soon as he was born. Now, he was only training and growing under the protection of Lord Gould. One day, when his strength was recognized by Lord Gould, he would succeed Lord Gould and become the new lord. Charlie took the space ring and checked the situation inside. Then, he couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. I didn't expect you to be the biggest beneficiary of this mission. The 3 Sky Knight from a Noble Affairs office and the law enforcement team have all helped you for nothing. Charlie said to David, help me calculate how many merits I can exchange for this time's harvest, and what kind of title can I get in addition to the previous merits? David continued to ask. David didn't want to hand over the ancient god statue. He wouldn't hand over the ancient god statue until he studied the connection between it and the 2 crystals in his soul space. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would be before he could get the ancient god statue again. Maybe there would never be a second chance. Without a strong intelligence system, it was impossible to get information about evil god believers. Just like this mission, without Lord Gould's help, David wouldn't have had the chance to participate. No need to calculate. Your harvest this time could be directly promoted from Baron to Earl, and there's still a surplus. Charlie was very clear about this knowledge, so he replied directly. Can the main family help me settle the bill, and the remaining merits after the promotion will be the handling fee? David asked with a smile. Without waiting for Charlie to answer, Baron Lek tapped Charlie's arm with an excited expression. David naturally saw Baron Lek's actions, but he pretended not to see it. His idea was very simple. This time, he had snatched merit points from the hands of the Noble Affairs Office and the law enforcement team. Although he wasn't worried about anything, being able to secretly complete the exchange of merit points through the main family was naturally the best choice not to offend anyone. Baron Arthur, I thank you on behalf of my uncle. The remaining merit points and his original merit points are enough for him to be promoted to a Viscount. Charlie didn't hide this from David. He put away the portal ring and said, Thank you, Baron Arthur. Baron Lek bowed formally to David. We're just taking what we need. Please try to delay the exchange as much as possible and don't expose my information. David smiled and returned the courtesy. I understand. In fact, you don't have to worry so much. With our main family involved, no one will say anything. Baron Lek replied with a smile. Baron Arthur, I'm here to apologize to you. Charlie stood up and solemnly bowed to David. Now, Charlie, what does this mean? David stepped forward and asked Charlie. You were teleported to Barry Castle because of my brother Ian. I apologize on behalf of the main family. Charlie said in a deep voice. David had already guessed it, but he couldn't go to the main family to find trouble with Ian for a while. On the one hand, he couldn't teleport to Maine where the main family was located. On the other hand, the strength of the main family was not something he could provoke at this time. Of course, if he had the chance to go to Maine, he would still take care of Ian. In any case, he had many ways to deal with an ordinary knight without being able to see the cause of death, let alone suspect him. As long as Ian doesn't appear in front of me in the future, I'll treat it as if it didn't happen, David said after thinking for a while. Charlie of the main family and Lord Gould had taken care of him a lot. This time, Charlie had personally come to apologize, so he should also give an appropriate response. Ian has been arranged by Father to live alone on a mineral planet for 10 years. He no longer has any influence on the family. Charlie heard David's words and said with a sigh of relief. Charlie didn't want to lose David as a friend. This time, he took the initiative to mediate this matter in order to resolve it peacefully. When David heard this, he was very satisfied. He had been to Mineral Planet before. Although the environment of the 2 mineral planets might be different, the environment of any mineral planet wouldn't be very good. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a mineral planet. In addition, the Barry family's knight Gaines also participated in the attack. You don't need to do anything. The family has already sent someone to deal with it. Charlie continued. It didn't matter who was looking for who between the Night Gaines and Ian. Since something had happened, someone had to take the blame. Ian couldn't die, so he could only be punished. Gaines Knight had to die. This had nothing to do with David, but the fact that Gaines Knight dared to plot against Lord Gould's guests and the Main family was simply intolerable. In fact, there weren't many people who really knew the details of how David had teleported to Barry Castle on Huck. Otherwise, how could the Main clan invite guests? What would the guests think if the invited guests were teleported into a trap that had been set up? There was an agreement among the nobles that the guest would be protected by the host because the host had the safety pattern and the nearby military support. The guest was at a disadvantage. Night Gaines, it's good that you're here. David nodded. He didn't hide his original thoughts. Night Gaines was the heir of the Barry family. He was also the cause of this incident. How could David let him go? Originally, David wanted to find a chance to deal with it after a while. For a night, without the protection of a Sky Knight, David had 100 ways to make Gaines Knight die without knowing why. Hearing David's words, Charlie and Baron Lek looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Baron Arthur, my father asked me to ask you to help cook 50 servings of heartwarming lotus seed soup when you have time. This is the reward my father asked me to bring to you. Charlie took out a portal ring and handed it to David. No problem. I'll go to the Chinya Manor today and live there. You can send someone to pick it up in 2 days. David took the portal ring and agreed with a smile. David didn't have any objection to helping cook 50 servings of heartwarming chain soup. Even the Chinya Manor was given to him by the Main family. After getting the Chinya Manor, he got the wings of the Battle Angel in the Chinya Lake. These wings were not only a booster for his training, but also saved his life when he was in danger. Although Charlie didn't know about these things, David counted this favor on Charlie. Now that it was just a small matter, David naturally wouldn't refuse. After David glanced inside the portal ring, he couldn't help but marvel at the Main family's generosity. The portal ring was full of level 3 strengthened meat, enough for 2 Sky Knight to consume for a year. It could be seen that Lord Gould was helping David solve the training resources of the 2 Sky Knight. Although David didn't need it, he had to accept this kindness. Charlie and Baron Lek didn't stay long. They also knew that David had just returned and needed to rest, so they naturally wouldn't disturb him. Master, the mining area of Boyostar is operating normally. I will send someone to check regularly. Steward Jason finally had some free time and came to report. I'm very relieved that you can take care of these things. I'll leave it all to you in the future. If there's any trouble, let me know. David nodded and said, Yes, Master. Steward Jason knew that David wasn't a person who liked to participate in management, so he bowed and replied, I'll go to the Chinya Manor immediately. If there's anything, let Knight Andrew contact me through the communication circle. I'll be in seclusion for a while. David arranged. David left Bama Main City with the 2 Sky Knight, which made the law enforcement team who had been watching him feel relieved. One had to know that such a fierce person stayed in Bama Main City, so the law enforcement team had to be more careful. If some ignorant guy offended David, maybe another massacre would happen. Bama Main City couldn't afford continuous major cases. The Leakey family's massacre before was settled at a high price. The law enforcement team didn't want another major case to happen. That would be a serious blow to the reputation of Bama Main City. David didn't stay in Bama Main City for this reason. How could he not feel that someone was watching him? The constantly patrolling Sky Knight in the sky was almost patrolling near Villa 35. After leaving Bama Main City, Nightmark summoned the Golden Eagle, Night Garland summoned the Bald Eagle, and David lifted his body with his mind. He also used his mind to grab the 2 Sky Knight and flew back to the Chinya Manor. The first thing David did when he returned to the Chinya Manor was to enter the training room and announce his seclusion to Steward Claude. Not only Steward Claude, but everyone in the Chinya Manor was mentally prepared for David's seclusion. They knew that their new master was a crazy knight. David sat in the training room. The shielding effect of this training room was very good. Coupled with the Chinya Manor's own security system, It could ensure that even if some energy leaked out, it wouldn't be noticed by outsiders. As for the Chinyam Manor, other than David, there were only a few sky knights brought by David. There were no other knights in the manor. Even if some energy leaked out from the training room, these ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect the difference. David summoned the shadow attendant. Since he didn't revive the sky knight this time, the soul energy he obtained this time wasn't consumed. According to the distribution plan, he and the shadow attendant would split it equally. David placed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. He mentally ordered the shadow attendant to transfer the soul energy that was already distributed. Afterward, a surge of soul energy flowed into his body. He entered the soul dimension with his mind. At this time, the soul dimension was bathed in heavy rain. The abundant soul energy formed a heavy rain. Every raindrop was formed by soul energy. When it fell on the soul fortress, it would be absorbed by the soul fortress. Now, his soul fortress was more like a small city than a soul fortress. As the rain fell, the size of the small city was still expanding. David didn't interfere with the changes in the soul. It wasn't easy to find information about the soul in the great world of God. The rain fell for 2 minutes. He was sure that his spirit had increased by a lot this time. After the last raindrop fell, the rain stopped. David also withdrew his mind from the soul dimension. Shadow attendant, show me my stats. David mentally ordered the shadow attendant. In an instant, his stats appeared in front of his eyes. His spirit had increased from 9 to 9. 21. Such a huge increase made David feel very happy. He thought that after increasing his spirit to 9, it would be very difficult to increase it again. Who would have thought that a single mission would increase his spirit by more than 20%? This speed of increase was unbelievable. However, David quickly figured out where the 0.2 spirit came from. It should be the soul energy provided by the 2 level 4 black-robed priests. The other 20 or so Cthulhu followers, including 5 level 3 Cthulhu followers, only increased his spirit by 0.1. This made him understand that increasing his spirit wasn't as easy as he thought. It wasn't easy to meet level 4 Cthulhu followers. He had only met 3 level 4 Cthulhu followers when he came to the great world of God. These 3 level 4 Cthulhu followers were too coincidental. It was possible that he wouldn't meet any level 4 Cthulhu followers in the next few years. Shadow attendant, list out the knowledge balls I obtained today. David ordered the shadow attendant again. His mind entered the shadow attendant's body. Then, the 27 knowledge balls floated together. This was perhaps the most disappointing gain for David. The 27 knowledge balls had various special abilities. However, the prerequisite for learning these special abilities was to believe in the shadow god. Looking at these abilities that made David very excited, he could only look. After seeing the restriction of believing in the shadow god, he lost the desire to learn. The shadow god had been heavily injured by the current gods and had fallen into a deep sleep. In an environment like the great world of God, unless it was someone who had no hope, no one would easily change their belief. Like David, who had the bloodline and the title of nobility, he definitely wouldn't come into contact with the Cthulhu. David felt that it was a pity and let the shadow attendant put the 27 knowledge balls back into the pile of knowledge balls. He didn't know how to deal with these useless knowledge balls. Fortunately, no matter how many knowledge balls there were, they wouldn't take up any space in the shadow attendant's body. Then David connected his mind to the space pendant in front of his chest. Chapter 710. Last time, when David was observing the situation inside the pendant, the 2 crystals in his soul space reacted because his mind was connected to the ancient god statue, so he had to close the pendant. At this time, the environment allowed it. Mark Knight and Garan Knight were guarding the door. Next to him were number 1, number 2, and number 3 Sky Knight. If there were any unexpected situations, they could handle it. Now, from the Chinya Manor, David didn't have to worry about his safety at all, as long as it wasn't a level 5 master. David didn't look at the other items in the pendant. He went straight to the ancient god statue. He was very curious about the changes in the two crystals in his soul space. He always knew that the two crystals were good things. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were divine items left behind by the gods. But even if the two crystals were in David's soul space, he couldn't affect them at all, let alone study them. Maybe this time, he could find out the use of the two crystals. This made David very excited. He touched the ancient god statue with his mind, and then the two crystals in his soul space trembled again. David used all his mind to feel the two crystals. He seemed to feel a desire from the two crystals, a desire to get some kind of energy from the ancient god statue. He was a little hesitant. He didn't care if the ancient god statue was damaged or not. Although the ancient god statue was related to his title and territory, the title was no longer a problem. The title of Earl was enough for him to become a high-ranking noble. He still had time to get the territory through other means. David had 5 Sky Knights, which allowed him to run rampant in most areas of the great world of God. He was hesitant about the two crystals. These were items left behind by the gods. Would there be any changes that he couldn't control after they absorbed the energy from the ancient god statue? David had always been adventurous. Although he had encountered many life-threatening situations, he had also gained a lot. Now that the items of the gods could be activated, how could he give up? The souls of the two gods have already dissipated in my soul space. What am I worried about? David muttered to himself. He was trying to boost his confidence. After that, he was faced with the problem of choosing between the two crystals. He had to choose which one to prioritize. David didn't believe that an ancient god statue could activate two crystals. He was even worried about whether the energy in the ancient god statue could activate one of the crystals. He looked at the two crystals floating in his soul space and recalled the battle between the two gods. For David, the combat ability of either of the two gods was enough to easily crush him. He was not qualified to choose at all, but he had to choose a crystal from them. This is it. David's eyes stopped on one of the crystals. He remembered that this crystal was left behind after the battle angel's soul dissipated. The reason why he chose the crystal left behind by the battle angel was because there were too many traces of the battle angel on him. David's bones were the bones of a battle angel, and the pair of energy wings that connected the bones also belonged to a battle angel. Since he had decided to prioritize one of the crystals, of course he would choose the battle angel's crystal. This choice had its pros and cons. The pros were that once he gained something, the battle angel's bones would naturally maximize his gains. But if something happened to the activation crystal, then with the battle angel's bones, the loss would be the greatest. However, David didn't think that the crystal left behind by the god would have any problems in his soul space. The other crystal left by the bald brute god was something he could withstand. Since he couldn't afford any problems, why not choose to maximize his gains? David's gambling nature made him make a choice. He didn't care about the trembling of the crystal left by the bald brute god. Instead, he used his mind to connect the crystal left behind by the battle angel with the ancient god statue. It seemed like the battle angel crystal was purposely connecting with David's mind. He had never been able to use his mind to connect with the battle angel crystal, but this time it was surprisingly smooth. His mind connected with the battle angel crystal. The battle angel crystal let out a suction force. It seemed like something from the ancient god statue was being absorbed by the battle angel crystal. Although this process was done through David's mind connection, he couldn't sense what was being absorbed. After the unknown energy from the ancient god statue was absorbed into the battle angel crystal, the suction force disappeared. The battle angel crystal seemed to have some life. David couldn't describe the state of the battle angel crystal. He could only use the word life to describe it because he really felt like the battle angel crystal was a living thing. Just as he was sensing, the battle angel crystal flew to the top of the soul fortress and emitted a golden light that shined on the soul fortress. This change shocked David, but that was all the battle angel crystal could do. It didn't do anything else. He carefully checked his soul dimension. Other than the golden battle angel crystal that was like a sun, there were no other changes. David was still worried. He used his mind to connect with the Battle Angel crystal again. The Battle Angel crystal wasn't like before. It was in another dimension and couldn't be touched. His mind easily connected with the Battle Angel crystal, but other than that little bit of life, there was no other reaction. He was most afraid of unknown changes. He didn't know if what he did was right or wrong. Since he couldn't find any changes in the soul dimension, David withdrew his mind from the soul dimension. After his mind left the soul dimension, he immediately felt the difference in his body. David's body was made up of two parts. One part was his body, which meant that other than the skeleton, the rest was his body. The other part was the Battle Angel bone. Previously, the Battle Angel skeleton wasn't under his control. Although he could use his muscles and nerves to control the Battle Angel skeleton, the Battle Angel skeleton and the exoskeleton armor were theoretically the same to him. It was just that the exoskeleton armor worked outside the body, while the Battle Angel bone worked inside the body. Although it could be used, it was just a tool. It wasn't a part of the body. Now, David felt that the Battle Angel bone had completely merged with his body. The Battle Angel bone was just like the rest of his body. It was under his control. He didn't summon the energy feather wings this time. Instead, he moved a bit of life force from the Battle Angel bone. Following his thought, this life force landed on Sky Knight number 1. David felt that because he used this life force, the Battle Angel bone absorbed the energy in the space and condensed it into life force to replenish what he used. This was something he had never felt before. He always thought that the life force in the Battle Angel bone was endless. This Battle Angel bone could absorb energy from the outside world and turn it into life force at any time. No wonder the Battle Angel bone could still retain life force after so many years. The reason was here. Perhaps from this moment onwards, he couldn't call the bones in his body a Battle Angel bone anymore. This was because the bones in his body had completely become his own bones. David tried to move his arm. His arm left an afterimage in the air. What's going on? David couldn't help but blurt out, because when he waved his arm, he felt that the flow of time seemed to have slowed down. Although his arm was moving at a normal speed, he knew that this was the result of time slowing down. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant next to him, through the soul connection of number 1, 2, and 3, he could see how fast his movements were. David waved his arm again. This time, he paid more attention. Just like before, his arm movements were indeed faster. However, his brain's processing speed would also increase along with his movements. This made his eyes work as if they were overclocked. He saw that his arm movements were still the same as before. His heart moved. Number 1 Sky Knight quickly ran around him. The Sky Knight's speed was far faster than his. He could only see an afterimage as he ran. However, when David waved his arm again, other than seeing his arm move normally, he also clearly saw number 1 Sky Knight's running figure. In his eyes, number 1 Sky Knight's running speed wasn't as fast as he imagined. He reached out and accurately grabbed number 1 Sky Knight's shoulder. This action was impossible under normal circumstances. Number 1 Sky Knight was running at full speed according to his command. It could be said that when David grabbed him, it was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. At that moment, his speed was faster than number 1 Sky Knight. David let number 1 Sky Knight stand to the side. He began to run in the training room. When he began to run, the feeling of time slowing down began again. Because of the slowing down of time, he needed a comparison to know how fast he was. He used his mind to send an order to number 1 Sky Knight. Number 1 Sky Knight's figure flashed and ran around the training room like him. David's speed was indeed faster than number 1 Sky Knight. He quickly caught up and overtook number 1 Sky Knight. After a few laps, he caught up with number 1 Sky Knight again. He waved his hand to signal number 1 Sky Knight to stop. He also stopped. At that moment, he thought about the battle scene of the Battle Angel's remnant soul. The Battle Angel's battle talent was speed. That extreme speed made the bald, brawny god suffer a lot. At this moment, David was a little greedy. If he had chosen the bald man's crystal, would he have gained super strength now? However, he quickly threw this thought away. His body couldn't even handle his current strength let alone stronger strength. David didn't know what the crystal was, but he knew that he had gained a lot this time. He could surpass the Sky Knight in terms of speed. He could fight a Sky Knight head-on without exposing his secrets. Although he couldn't defeat the Sky Knight, he could make the Sky Knight unable to do anything to him. This was when David was still weak. If his strength increased to the level of Sky Knight, he could easily defeat any Sky Knight in a head-on battle. If he became a level 5 Temple Knight, he didn't even dare to imagine that scene. David exhaled a long breath and restrained his agitated mind, calming it down. He returned his spirit to the dimension pendant and found that the surface of the ancient god statue hadn't changed. The golden light was still flowing on the ancient god statue, and it still gave people the feeling that it was a treasure. At least with David's current spirit, he couldn't find out what was missing from the ancient god statue. He moved his spirit away from the ancient god statue and checked the other items in the dimension pendant. There were some books on the wooden shelves. He didn't need to open the books in the dimension pendant. He just needed to scan the books with his spirit to see the contents. Naturally, the books here were all things that the level 4 black robe priest had taken a fancy to. But when David's spirit swept through the books, he knew that it would be difficult to find anything useful. Because these books that the level 4 black robe priest had taken a fancy to, David's spirit swept through many of them. They were all about the shadow god. Just by scanning them once, David felt that his spirit was slightly affected, so he quickly got rid of these distracting thoughts. These books, which could be called scriptures, had a strong inductive effect. They could make people who read them unconsciously have a strong belief in the shadow god. David didn't scan them all. He just scanned the first one and found that there was something wrong with it. Among the 22 books, only one book was normal. It was a book that explained how to train one's mental strength, explaining how to improve it. After reading this book, David finally understood how the followers of the evil god could improve their spirit. The way the followers of the evil god could improve their spirit was by constantly chanting scriptures. They would put all of their spirit into the chanting process. During this process, the followers of the evil god would get a kind of upgrade, making their spirit constantly improve. Of course, this kind of upgrade was also related to the scriptures. Among the 21 scriptures in the dimension pendant, 5 of them were passed down from ancient times. Chanting them every day could greatly improve one's spirit. David began to scan these 5 scriptures. Even with his super strong spirit, he was still affected. From this, one could see how miraculous these 5 scriptures were. The rest of the scriptures were personally written by level 5 bishops. They contained the spirit of a level 5 bishop, so their effect on the spirit was not weak. David completely extinguished the idea of using the evil god's followers to improve his spirit. Even if he had the scriptures in his hands, he wouldn't dare to use them. Chapter 711. When David returned to Chinya Manor, he didn't lie about going into seclusion. He was really preparing to improve his strength. Although there were 5 Sky Knights around him, and they were Sky Knights who absolutely obeyed his orders, according to the standards of the great world of God, this wasn't his own strength. Since he had activated the Battle Angel Crystal, David's speed had increased explosively. This kind of increase made him eager to improve his actual strength. The increase in speed that the Battle Angel Crystal gave to David wasn't reflected in the status panel that the Shadow Attendant displayed when checking David's body. This made him feel very strange. What kind of existence was the Shadow Attendant? It was the Shadow Attendant who could entrust his last hope at the last moment. From this, one could see how special the Shadow Attendant was. However, such a special existence couldn't detect David's increase in speed. If David couldn't clearly feel the difference between the flow of time and his own speed, he wouldn't dare to believe that the Shadow Attendant, who had never made a mistake before, would make a mistake. Of course, he guessed that the most likely possibility was that the grade of the Battle Angel Crystal was too high. It was so high that even the Shadow Attendant couldn't detect the existence of the Battle Angel Crystal. Therefore, it couldn't detect the increase in speed that the Battle Angel Crystal gave to him. David took out a level 4 heavy sword from the training room and practiced with it for an hour. He needed to get used to the sudden increase in speed. This kind of habit wasn't something that could be gotten used to in a short period of practice. It would take a long time to slowly integrate. One had to know that even a slight movement of his body would cause his brain to speed up and slow down the flow of time in his eyes. This kind of ability was indeed a great improvement in battle, but it was a burden on his daily life. David couldn't make every move that others couldn't see clearly. He had already finished the greeting ceremony of a noble, but the other party was still preparing it. This was not only rude, but also a kind of provocation. If he really did this many times, it was likely that he would be treated as a monster. Therefore, he was prepared to go into seclusion completely. Before he could control his speed, he would not leave the cultivation room. After familiarizing himself with his body for a period of time, David began practicing the leopard breathing technique. He took off his shirt, and 2 white wings stretched out from his back. Then, his body left the ground. As soon as the energy feather wings appeared, David realized that they were different from before. He could clearly sense the energy in the air within 200 meters of his spiritual power. These energies surged with the appearance of the energy wings and the flapping of the wings. David understood that this change was due to the battle angel crystal increasing his ability to sense energy. This was a good thing for him. A clearer perception of energy would allow him to absorb energy better. This time, David didn't set up a spirit gathering circle. When the energy feather wings spread out, he had a feeling that he wouldn't need one in the future. As for the leopard breathing technique, David felt that he was already very familiar with it. From the leopard breathing technique, 66% proficient. On his status panel, it could be seen that he had a good grasp of the leopard breathing technique. In just a few months' time, he was able to raise the leopard breathing technique to the level of proficient. This was not an ability that he had obtained from other knowledge glowing balls on his attribute panel, but the result of his own practice. However, when David used the leopard breathing technique, he could clearly feel that his understanding of the leopard breathing technique was not enough. There seemed to be a voice in his head telling him what he should do to achieve the best effect of the leopard breathing technique. This phenomenon had happened before. It was like a flash of inspiration, just that it took a long time. David adjusted the leopard breathing technique according to his understanding. When he opened his mouth and breathed in, the energy feather wings on his back emitted a powerful suction force. All the energy within 200 meters was instantly sucked in. This wasn't the end. Because the energy within 200 meters was instantly depleted, the energy in the other areas was quickly replenished and then sucked in by the energy feather wings. The energy feather wings were like an energy black hole, turning the space within 200 meters into an area where no energy could exist. Why is the wind suddenly blowing? Steward Claude, who was directing the workers, looked up at the sky and said strangely, "Today's weather was very good. Before, it was just a light breeze, but for some reason, the weather didn't change at all." However, the wind quickly increased. At this moment, the wind was so strong that the branches of the trees in the manor were shaking. For Steward Claude, who had been in charge of farming for many years and had a lot of experience with the weather, this was something he had never encountered before. Normally, the sudden appearance of this kind of wind would be followed by a sudden change in the weather. Steward Claude didn't even think that it was caused by David's training. A powerful person who could cause the weather to change would be at least rank 5. How could a rank 2 official knight like David do something like that? David didn't know what was happening outside. At this moment, he could feel a huge amount of energy entering his body. His bones, which were under his complete control, were not slowly generating the power of the blood like before. Part of the energy entered the source of the blood in his spine and accelerated the generation of the power of the blood. This power of the blood combined with the huge amount of energy entering his body and flowed towards his heart and into the space of his sea of consciousness. After adjusting the leopard breathing technique, every time he breathed, he would use more of his bloodline power. This almost made him feel as if he was practicing another type of breathing technique, a type of breathing technique that was of a higher level than the one he was practicing before. While David was practicing the panther breathing technique, the figure of Shadow Panther was faintly discernible above his head. It followed David's movements and did the same thing. However, David was so focused on his training that he didn't notice this. The power of the blood and the power of the leopard breathing technique was beyond his expectations. If he used the leopard breathing technique before, no matter how much energy entered his body, he couldn't use it all. Now, however, the leopard breathing technique could use all the energy that entered his body. These energies either entered the source of the blood or merged with the power of the blood. There was no waste. The surging power of the blood merged with the energy and entered the space of his sea of consciousness. The space of his sea of consciousness, which was already full, was already much bigger and deeper than a normal night's, so it would take a longer time to fill it up. Previously, David's training speed had been greatly improved after he obtained the energy feather wings. However, he didn't expect it to increase again after activating the battle angel crystal. Originally, he thought it would take him a month to fill up the space of his sea of consciousness, but now it was filled up in a short time. At this point, David had already reached the peak of an official night. However, he had only been training for 30 minutes, which was only half of the 1-hour training time. The power of the blood continued to enter the space of his sea of consciousness. The concentration of the power of the blood in the space of his sea of consciousness was getting higher and higher. The space of his sea of consciousness seemed to be undergoing a change. A drop of liquid blood appeared in the center of the calm space of his sea of consciousness. With the appearance of this drop of liquid blood, all the power of the blood in the space of his sea of consciousness began to revolve around this drop of liquid life force. David had already expected this change in his heart. He had seen the space of a sky night sea of consciousness, and he also had some guesses about the space of an earth night sea of consciousness. The power of the blood in the space of his sea of consciousness began to revolve, speeding up the evolution of the gaseous power of the blood. The closer it was to that drop of liquid blood, the higher its quality. As it continued to revolve, the liquid blood was also increasing at a very slow speed. After an hour, the energy that kept surging into his body finally stopped. The blood also stopped entering the space of his sea of consciousness. In the center of David's sea of consciousness, that drop of liquid blood had increased to a small ball. The leopard breath breathing technique was also about to end. It was the last step of transferring a part of the blood from the space of his sea of consciousness to circulate in his body. He wanted to use the higher quality blood to increase his constitution. This time, although the blood from the space of his sea of consciousness wasn't the liquid blood in the center, it was still the mist-like blood that was extremely close to the center. As the mist-like blood circulated in David's body, he felt the changes in his body. His body was very hungry to devour this blood. Just as the leopard breath breathing technique was about to end, David's body shook. His mind, which had been focused on cultivation, returned to his body. I leveled up. David couldn't believe his own body. He was very clear about the changes in his body. He was very familiar with the aura of an Earth Knight. The blood flowing in his body was at the level of an Earth Knight. There was no bottleneck, no hindrance at all. David became an Earth Knight just like that. He couldn't believe it himself. Perhaps the big nobles of the great world of God didn't pay much attention to the Earth Knight. They could only be regarded as the backbone of the Knight, not the top power. However, for the Interstellar Federation, the Earth Knight was an existence that surpassed the transcendent. Perhaps the strongest transcendent of the Interstellar Federation had the ability to compete with the weakest Earth Knight, but that was under the premise that the strongest transcendent was using the best equipment of the Interstellar Federation. An Earth Knight was an existence that could stand on the ground and sweep through everything. On planet Warstar, any Earth Knight could guard a defensive line and was an existence that determined the safety of the defensive line. Although David had 5 stronger Sky Knights, he was still very excited when he became an Earth Knight. He waved his arm and shouted loudly to express his emotions. Of course, the effect wasn't very good. This was because when he waved his arm, the world suddenly slowed down. His arm speed was normal, but there was a strange delay in his voice. David bitterly smiled and shook his head. He still needed time to get used to it. According to his original plan, he prepared to end his secluded cultivation after promoting to an Earth Knight. He thought that it would take him at most a few days to adapt to his new body. However, it would take him at least 1 month to promote to an Earth Knight. He didn't think that the promotion would come so quickly that he wasn't mentally prepared at all. Shadow Attendant, come here. He waved his hand, and the Shadow Attendant instantly appeared beside him. David placed his hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder and mentally ordered the Shadow Attendant to show him his current stats. He saw that his strength and vitality had increased to 11 points, and his speed had increased to 8 points. However, the increase in speed was meaningless because it wasn't accurate at all. David then saw a new Grandmaster level ability in the ability list below. Leopard Breath Breathing Technique, 1% perfect. No wonder he felt that the Leopard Breath Breathing Technique was completely different from before. It turned out that the Leopard Breath Breathing Technique had received such a huge upgrade. David was almost certain that the reason the Leopard Breath Breathing Technique had received such an upgrade was because of the Battle Angel Crystal. Although he didn't understand how the Battle Angel Crystal had given him such an epiphany, all of this had happened after he activated the Battle Angel Crystal. There was no other possibility other than the Battle Angel Crystal. If the Leopard Breath Breathing Technique can give such an upgrade, then can the Battle Angel Crystal help with other abilities? David's heart was burning with passion as he thought about it. He tried to activate the Spirit Pierce. During this process, he didn't use the Spirit Arrow that was being nurtured in his soul dimension. Instead, he used his spirit to form a new Spirit Arrow. During this process, David kept thinking about the epiphany provided by the Battle Angel Crystal. However, from forming the Spirit Arrow, to shooting out the Spirit Arrow, to completing the Spirit Pierce attack, he didn't get any epiphany. David tried a few other abilities, but he didn't get any epiphany. It was just like when he was practicing the Leopard Breath Breathing Technique, he really did get an epiphany. But he knew that this was impossible. How could a Leopard Breath Breathing Technique go from master to perfect with a single epiphany? How could such a huge upgrade be so easy? David thought about the uniqueness of the Leopard Breath Breathing Technique. The Leopard Breath Breathing Technique used the power of the blood vessels, and the power of the blood vessels was generated from the blood source in the spine. Although the blood source wasn't originally in the bones, since it was recognized by the bones, it was a part of the bones. Perhaps in the future, he would be able to find the reason behind this. Unfortunately, among David's current abilities, this was the only ability that involved the blood vessels. He would have to see if he could find a better training method than the Leopard Breath Breathing Technique. It was still too early to think about this. David kept walking in the training room. He was like a newborn baby, regaining control of this basic ability. Chapter 712. It took David 3 days to finally control his body. He could slow down his speed reasonably so that he wouldn't be unable to see any of his movements clearly. Of course, if he wanted to make this behavior instinctive, it would take a long time to practice. After David mastered his speed, the first thing he did was to cook the heartwarming lotus seed soup. Taking out the alchemy furnace, David took out the heartwarming lotus seed from the space ring and used a small knife to prepare the heartwarming lotus seed. He took out some clear water and thought about it. In order to make the heartwarming lotus seed soup taste better, he gently tapped it with his finger, and there was a trace of life energy in the clear water. This trace of life energy was very little, so little that it was only 1/3 of the life energy in the heartwarming lotus seed. He didn't want to let the clear water take over. David also knew that the reason why the heartwarming lotus seed soup had a taste beyond the Grandmaster level was because of the life energy at work. This kind of God-level energy that should only be mastered by the Battle Angel. Even if it was only a trace, it was enough to move the hearts of ordinary people. It seemed that the battle angel crystal had increased David's speed, which made him more relaxed and comfortable while cooking. Coupled with his powerful spirit, his cooking level now truly exceeded that of an ordinary grandmaster level. He could feel that in the heartwarming lotus seed soup, every trace of life energy was used, especially the trace of life energy he added to the clear water. Because it was directly transferred from the bones, its purity was higher than the quality of the life energy in the heartwarming lotus seed. Because of this, the final 50 servings of heartwarming lotus seed soup that David cooked tasted even better than the heartwarming lotus seed soup from before. The reason why David spent so much effort was to repay Gould for taking care of him. With his current ability, he could only repay Lord Gould in this way. He took out an empty interspatial ring and placed the 50 portions of heartwarming lotus seed soup he had cooked into it. David gave the space ring to Steward Claude. The next day, someone from the main family came to take the space ring. After completing this minor task, David continued his closed-door cultivation. Just like that, the days passed. His strength was growing at an unimaginable speed, and the liquid bloodline power in his mind space was growing larger and larger. In only a month, he had reached the strength of a middle-rank Earth Knight. David believed that as long as he was given a few more months, he could become a Sky Knight. However, he had no choice but to stop cultivating because he could clearly feel the thinness of the energy in the air. A normal knight would not consume the energy in the air because it was very troublesome to gather the energy in the air. It was much faster to use Krypton to cultivate. David's cultivation consumed all the energy accumulated in the air nearby. Especially after he became an Earth Knight, he needed even more energy. Every time he cultivated, Chinya Manor would be blown by strong winds. His 10 times a day cultivation frequency was also the reason why his energy consumption could not keep up with the natural world's replenishment rate. Of course, David did not need to cultivate for a long time because the energy in the air was slowly recovering. There was energy flowing in from farther places, and there was also energy reborn from the earth. David could also change planets and continue his training, but he was also exhausted from the past month of training. The master-level leopard breathing technique required a great deal of concentration every time he trained, and he could not afford to be distracted in the slightest. After a month of continuous high-intensity training, even if his spirit was extremely strong, he still needed to rest. He opened the space pendant and scanned it with his spirit. Now all his items have been transferred to the huge space pendant. Even so, they only took up a small amount of space. When David saw the medium-sized portal he got from the Shadow God shrines, he couldn't help but think of the uniqueness of this medium-sized portal. Before, because of the Battle Angel Crystal, he focused all his energy on getting used to the speed and cultivating the leopard breath breathing technique. He didn't pay attention to anything else. Now, when he saw this medium-sized portal, he thought of his previous doubts. David's spirit swept through several parts of the medium-sized portal, took them out, and placed them on the ground of the cultivation room. He looked at the height of the cultivation room. This cultivation room was built by the main family for cultivation. It reached a height of 5 meters, enough for the medium-sized portal to be erected. David didn't want to place the medium-sized portal anywhere else. He would reinstall it here and test it out before dismantling it. At this moment, he was actually very curious to know what was so special about this medium-sized portal. Assembling a medium-sized portal was an extremely easy task for a master alchemist, even if he didn't recognize the pattern on this medium-sized portal. According to the impression he had when he dismantled it, David reassembled the medium-sized portal and removed the pattern he had added to isolate the energy. The medium-sized portal was completely presented in front of him. David took out 10 top-level Krypton crystals and installed them in the base of the medium-sized portal. This was the energy source of the medium-sized portal. Finally, he took out the control card of the medium-sized portal, connected his spirit to the control card, and opened the medium-sized portal. As a beam of light flashed, the numerous runes on the medium portal lit up one by one. The entire process took a total of 5 minutes. It was no wonder that the evil god's followers would send people to activate the medium portal in advance when they wanted to escape. After all the patterns were lit up, a water blue ripple appeared in the middle of the medium-sized portal. However, the water blue ripple was unstable at this time. David waited patiently for another 2 minutes before the water blue ripple calmed down. He didn't rush to experiment with the medium-sized portal. His spirit continued to explore the control card. After the medium-sized portal was opened, many teleportation options appeared on the control card. These were the target portals that the medium-sized portal could teleport. David saw the public portal of Bama star among them. Just by seeing the options of this portal, David knew that this medium-sized portal was connected to the current teleportation network. He just didn't understand how such a medium-sized portal in the hands of the Shadow God's believers could enter the teleportation network. In fact, the medium-sized portal was created earlier than the current teleportation network. At that time, the gods who ruled the world hadn't defeated the ancient gods. The great world of God was still using the ancient teleportation network until the beginning of the War of Gods. The current gods defeated the ancient gods and rebuilt the teleportation network. However, the gods were lazy. They chose to use the original ancient teleportation network as the foundation and built a new teleportation network on this foundation. The cost of doing this was much lower. In particular, they didn't need to replace all the original portals, and they didn't need to travel between planets. However, this also had some consequences. Some of the ancient portals could still be used. The ancient portals could be used anonymously in the teleportation network. Of course, the gods didn't care about this shortcoming. For them, the powerful ancient gods were defeated and the world was theirs. This little problem was not a problem at all. It was also for this reason that the medium-sized portal that David obtained from the Shadow God shrines was a portal that could be used anonymously in the teleportation network. Although David didn't know the reason, he knew that this medium-sized portal must be very special. He memorized a group of symbols on this medium-sized portal. This group of symbols represented this medium-sized portal. If he could find a portal that he could control outside, he could enter this group of symbols to connect to this medium-sized portal. David continued to study the control card in his hand. Among the many teleportation targets, he saw a specially marked teleportation target. This teleportation target didn't have a name, but a group of symbols. Although the symbols were different from the ones on this medium-sized portal, the rules of the symbols were the same. David was a little tempted. There was a great possibility that this was an escape route that the believers of the evil gods had prepared for themselves. It was a safe place where they could avoid being tracked down. Looking at this teleportation target, he had the urge to go immediately. As for the issue of safety, David wasn't worried. There were only 2 level 4 believers in the shrines here. The other side couldn't have more than that number. Besides, even if there were more level 4 believers, he had 5 Sky Knights to form a battle formation. As long as there were no level 5 believers, he wouldn't be afraid of more level 4 believers at all. Of course, the most important thing was that David was confident in himself. After obtaining the ability of Body of Lightning, his ability to protect himself had reached the limit. Should I go or not? David mumbled to himself. David quickly made a choice. Just like his previous choices, he would always choose what he wanted to do instead of being restrained because of safety concerns. Before he passed through the portal, he summoned all 5 Sky Knights to his side. The 5 Sky Knights formed a knight battle formation to protect him. Although he would be protected by the space energy for 2 seconds after passing through the portal, he didn't want to be injured because of carelessness. Without any hesitation, David thought in his heart that he could get a huge amount of soul energy, the bodies of the believers of the evil gods, and the knowledge orbs that he might use. In the great world of God, the believers of the evil gods were the best choice for his spirit. The soul energy of every believer of the evil gods was stronger than the soul energy of a knight of the same level. Killing the believers of the evil gods wouldn't have any repercussions. Although David destroyed the Leaky family and the Berry family as if there were no repercussions, In fact, the Leakey family's extermination case was due to the intervention of the Noble Affairs Office. They found a scapegoat. The root cause of the Barry family's extermination was Ian of the Main family. Therefore, when the Main family dealt with this matter, they felt guilty towards David. It was also because David was an invited guest of the Main family that he was sent into a trap when he left. This was the reason for the Main family. Therefore, all the consequences of the Barry family were wiped out by the Main family. The Noble Affairs Office also greeted them, and the Barry family's matter was left unsettled. If David often did this, the nobles would definitely not tolerate his existence. No one wanted to have a person who would exterminate an entire family at the slightest provocation. David himself also knew that he had intimidated all the nobles by exterminating 2 families. This gave his loose family room to develop. He also knew that he had to control his behavior in the future. He also needed the identity of Baron Arthur. With this identity, in just a few months, his strength surpassed the years of training in the Interstellar Federation. "Prepare for battle," David shouted in a deep voice. The bodies of the 5 Sky Knight flashed at the same time. They were wearing a 3rd grade knight armor, and a 4th grade heavy sword appeared in their hands. David himself was wearing a 4th grade knight armor. At the same time, he had a 4th grade shield in his left hand and a 4th grade heavy sword in his right hand. For him, protecting his own safety was the most important thing. "Forward," David said again. The knight formation protected David in a defensive state as he entered the medium-sized portal. Then, a white light appeared in front of David's eyes, and a few seconds of spatial energy conversion. When David reappeared, his eyes were pitch black. Only the faint light from the portal behind him was of little use in this darkness. A ball of flame appeared in David's hand. This was his special ability, flame drawing technique. His spirit had improved, so the flame drawing technique that could only draw out one flame could now draw out a ball of flame. Of course, this level of flame drawing technique was also useless. Although the power of one flame and one ball of flame was increased by a few times, it was still not enough to ignite a piece of wood. However, the flame drawing technique was enough to light up the place. The longer David lived in the great world of God, the more he broke away from the habits of the Interstellar Federation. If it was in the past, his first thought would be to use the lighting equipment of the Interstellar Federation in the dark. Whether it was the light on the exoskeleton armor or any other kind of light, that would be his choice. But now, David used flame drawing technique immediately. It could be seen that his attitude towards things had changed. With the appearance of a ball of flame, everything lit up. This was a cave. The walls of the cave were full of ancient patterns. Behind David, there was an ancient medium-sized portal that was similar to the one he obtained. This cave could accommodate 100 people. In the corner of the cave, there were a few boxes. David walked over and opened one of the boxes. As soon as the box was opened, he felt the fluctuation of spatial energy. The space inside the box was 10 times bigger than it looked. It was filled with food and water bags. He opened the rest of the boxes and found that they were all-dimensional boxes filled with food and water. This was a secret safe house of the Shadow God Church. There were no evil believers here. Chapter 7:13. David circled around the cave. There was only one way out of the cave. At this time, the passage was closed by a stone door covered with ancient patterns. He just let the shadow attendant pass through the stone door and discovered the uniqueness of the cave. Through the shadow attendant's perception, after passing through the stone door, it could no longer sense the existence of the cave. If the shadow attendant's perception couldn't find the cave, then at least a Sky Knight or even a level 5 Temple Knight wouldn't be able to find it. Thinking about it, this was the safe house of the Church of the God of Shadows. The Church of the God of Shadows was best at hiding, so the safe house was naturally very well hidden and difficult to find. David glanced at the items in the cave. He didn't care about the portal boxes, but it was a pity for the medium-sized portal in the center of the cave. He had experimented with the function of this ancient portal. It could be used to teleport anonymously. This was a rare advantage, and it could be used as a way to escape. If he wanted to take away the ancient portal in the cave, he needed to know which planet it was on and whether there were other portals on this planet. David wasn't too worried about this. The environment here was suitable for human survival, and the soil was rich in nutrients. Especially when the shadow attendant passed through a section of rock and saw the scenery outside. He knew that this planet must be inhabited. The location of the cave was at the bottom of an inconspicuous mountain among the many mountains. The mountains outside were covered with green plants, and there was even a small stream flowing between the mountains. David wouldn't believe that this place hadn't been discovered by humans. David recalled the shadow attendant and the 5 Sky Knight back into the shadow attendant's summoning ring. He didn't dismantle the ancient portal in the cave, nor did he open the stone door. Instead, he activated his underground sneak ability and went through the stone door and the rocks outside. He was very careful and didn't touch the setup outside the cave. In his opinion, the Church of the God of Shadows would definitely set up some traps outside the cave stone door. Those who didn't know would be attacked by the traps or even directly destroy the safe house. Breathing in the fresh air, David felt that the environment here was very good. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that the Church of the God of Shadows and the remaining forces would know about this safe house, he would have the idea of setting up his own safe house here. Just as David was about to ask the shadow attendant to summon the Sky Knight to scout the surroundings, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. After that, his breath became extremely weak, and he fully activated the Sniper Master's hidden breath technique. That wasn't all. He activated his lightning body talent ability as well as his underground movement ability. He summoned a bolt of lightning from within the lightning pattern. His body merged with the lightning, and the lightning drilled into the ground. It wasn't until they were 10 meters underground that David finally relaxed. He looked into the distant sky through the eyes of the shadow attendant, who was left outside. There was an unbelievable scene there. A total of 25 Sky Knights were flying in the night formation. Even though David had experienced many things in the great world of God and seen many strong people, this was the first time he saw a 25 Sky Knight formation with his own eyes. Not to mention the combined combat power of 25 Sky Knights. Just the presence of so many Sky Knights gathered together was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was the absolute combat power of the great world of God. Such a Sky Knight formation could even make a level 5 insectoid somewhat apprehensive on Warstar. The specialty of the Knight class was that the more Knight formations there were, the more their combat power would multiply. David couldn't imagine the power of the Knight formation formed by 25 Sky Knights, and he couldn't imagine what on this unknown planet would require such force to execute. It was for this reason that he chose to hide himself when he sensed the terrifying aura in the distance. No matter what the situation was, David shouldn't expose himself at this time. Of course, he didn't choose to leave. If he wanted to leave, the ancient medium-sized portal in the belly of the mountain could easily let him leave at any time. Perhaps it was because of the ancient medium-sized portal, or perhaps David had an adventurous spirit, but he wanted to see what was going on. He was very curious. He realized that maybe this time he would witness a great event with his own eyes. Sky Knight Gilbert didn't know what he was feeling at this time. He was originally a law enforcement Sky Knight on Bamistar. He used his friendship with Baron Arthur to enter the main family's banquet. He was successful. He joined the ideal top family. The Burger family was led by the great Golden Lion bloodline, Lord Ferdinand. After entering the family, he discovered the benefits of joining a top family. The shortcomings of Gilbert Sky Knight's many years of cultivation were corrected by the experienced Sky Knight Burger family's full-time mentors who had taught Sky Knights for many years. In terms of cultivation resources, they were even more incomparable. The cultivation resources he received every day were the best resources from Warstar, and there was practically no limit to what he could get. As long as it was needed for Gilbert Sky Knight's cultivation, he could use it as much as he wanted. In terms of equipment, he received a full set of equipment made by a Grandmaster Alchemist. Although the grade didn't change much from his original equipment, a 3rd grade knight's armor, and a 4th grade heavy sword, the quality had increased by a lot. In particular, the addition of the golden lion emblem on the equipment made him feel extremely proud. The only thing that Gilbert Sky Knight felt regretful about was the cultivation technique. The Burger family could only provide him with advanced cultivation techniques. Advanced cultivation techniques required the Sky Knight to complete a certain number of missions for the family to choose. Only the top families had the strongest cultivation techniques in the great world of God. This was especially true for top nobles like the Burger family, who had many kinds of bloodlines' top cultivation techniques. Gilbert Sky Knight saw the top cultivation technique that belonged to his bloodline, but he could only look at it from afar and couldn't touch it. The temptation of a top cultivation technique was huge. After joining the Burger family, he constantly wanted to take on missions so that he could completely integrate into the Burger family as soon as possible and finally obtain that top cultivation technique. The opportunity had finally come. The great Lord Ferdinand announced a mission. The specific content of the mission was not mentioned, but the reward for the mission was any book in the library of the Burger family, and even the notes written by the knights who had practiced the book before. Sky Knight Gilbert's heart was moved. This was because the cultivation notes of a 5th-ranked Temple Knight many years ago were included in the set of cultivation notes of the top-level cultivation method he wanted. Perhaps if he obtained the top cultivation technique and the cultivation notes of that 5th-grade knight, he would have the hope of becoming a 5th-grade knight. Gilbert Sky Knight had always thought of himself as a genius. He came from an ordinary noble family and became a Sky Knight today. He thought that if he was born in a big noble family or a top noble family, then his achievements would be even higher. He didn't want to lose this opportunity, so he signed up for this mission without even knowing the details of the mission. When the members of the Burger family gathered, Gilbert Sky Knight was shocked. What mission were the 5 Sky Knights going to complete? But his shock didn't last long. It turned into horror. He even thought that their mission was to ambush a 5th-grade knight. When the 5 Sky Knights of the Burger family came to Planet Loam through the portal, Gilbert Sky Knight saw the other 20 Sky Knights. The formation of 25 Sky Knights was something that even he had never seen before. But it was too late to regret. Gilbert Sky Knight didn't dare to take the risk of betraying the Burger family and refuse the mission. 25 Sky Knights flew into the sky together. 25 flying mounts formed an aerial formation. This shocking scene was just the feeling of an outsider. In the entire formation of Sky Knights, not a single Sky Knight spoke. They were all hurrying on in silence. The details of the mission had been arranged long ago. They only needed to follow the instructions of the mission and complete it. At the level of a Sky Knight, there was no need for words in battle. When they formed into a formation, they understood each other's positions. David followed the formation of 20 Sky Knights from afar. He was 10 meters underground. Coupled with the fact that he had activated the body of lightning talent ability, that trace of electric aura could not be detected at all. David had full confidence in this. When he was in the shrines of the god of shadow, the electric aura he had fused with his body of lightning talent ability was only 10 meters away from the level 4 black-robed priest. Yet it was not detected. One could imagine how weak the electric aura was. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw the 25 Sky Knights clearly. He recognized Gilbert Sky Knight among them. He and Gilbert Sky Knight could only be considered acquaintances. It could be said that Gilbert Sky Knight owed him a favor. Seeing Gilbert Sky Knight here, David immediately guessed the origins of some of the Sky Knights here. David still remembered how Gilbert Sky Knight had excitedly said that he had joined the Burger family. It could be assumed that some of the Sky Knights in the sky came from the Burger family. After knowing this, David became even more careful. He was very clear that this should be an important mission for a first-rate family. Perhaps there would be an energy clone of a level 5 Temple Knight nearby. In his opinion, for such a big operation, it was impossible that there would be no energy clone of a level 5 Temple Knight participating. David's current underground speed was almost comparable to the speed of a Sky Knight formation in the air. Even so, he still managed to increase the distance between them. However, he wasn't too worried. In any case, the shadow attendant could keep an eye on such an obvious target from 200 meters in the air. It was impossible for the 25 Sky Knight formation to lose track of them. The 25 Sky Knight flew for about an hour before leaving the mountainous region and arriving at the shore of a huge inland lake. This inland lake was very large. There were traces of mist on the surface of the lake, making it look somewhat blurry to the naked eye. The 25 Sky Knight descended from the side of the lake. When they were about 10 meters above the ground, they simultaneously recalled their flying mounts. Afterwards, they maintained their night formation and stood by the lake. Without any communication or words, the 25 Sky Knight instantly took out their weapons. 25 level 4 heavy swords glowed with a faint purple radiance. Under the illumination of the white bloodline power of the Sky Knight, they appeared particularly eye-catching. David also arrived at this time. He stopped 10 meters below the ground, 2 kilometers away from the 25 Sky Knight. The shadow attendant observed the movements of the Sky Knight from the air. The 25 Sky Knight walked towards the lake in a night formation. When they stepped on the surface of the water, they only created ripples on the surface of the lake. Their feet didn't sink into the water. David was actually clear on how the Sky Knight did this. For a Sky Knight who could rely on flying, this kind of method of walking on the water wasn't difficult at all. However, he didn't understand why the Sky Knight did this. Although the surface of the lake was affected by the mist, and the surface area of the lake was very large, a Sky Knight only needed to ride a flying mount to explore the entire lake in a very short amount of time. There was no need for them to do this at all. Just as David was feeling puzzled, the 25 Sky Knight's figures suddenly disappeared from the surface of the lake. The process of the 25 Sky Knight's disappearance was observed by the shadow attendant. Even with the shadow attendant's vision, there was no way for him to know how the 25 Sky Knight disappeared. This is a bit strange, David thought to himself, because he was a bit far away. After seeing the Sky Knight disappear, he immediately moved towards the lakeside from underground. When he arrived at the lakeside, he was about 100 meters away from where the 25 Sky Knight disappeared. The shadow attendant could now keep a distance of 200 meters away from David, so this distance wasn't a problem. The shadow attendant flew to the location where the Sky Knight disappeared. It flew back and forth in the air a few times, but it didn't find anything. David thought that the problem was under the water, and the shadow attendant went into the water under his control. However, there was still no trace of them. The 25 Sky Knight seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He didn't really think that the 25 Sky Knight could disappear into thin air. Needless to say, there must be something that he didn't notice. Thinking back to the 25 Sky Knight's movements, he thought of the strange way they moved forward by stepping on the water. His heart suddenly jumped. Just as David was about to go to the surface of the water to test it out himself, he felt an extreme pressure on his mind. He quickly stopped moving upwards. 5 figures were approaching from afar. If it wasn't for David's recently accelerated brain and the special ability of the shadow attendant's eyes, he wouldn't have been able to discover the movements of these 5 figures. The instinctive pressure on the mind of powerful creatures was the self-protection method David used to protect himself after his mind exceeded 9 points. It also reminded David of the impending danger. Chapter 7:14. The 5 figures came to the lake and stood directly on the surface of the water. Their feet stepped on the surface of the water, but they didn't cause any ripples. It was as if their feet were one with the surface of the water. David only had one thought at this time. It turned out that a level 5 Temple Knight really couldn't discover the existence of a shadow attendant. David knew all 5 of these figures. They were the 5 lords who had appeared at Maine's banquet. Lord Gould of the Maine family with the White Dragon bloodline, Lord Ferdinand of the Burger family with the Golden Lion bloodline, Lord Mullen of the Goff family with the Black Tiger bloodline, Lord Emil of the Cooper family with the Giant Bear bloodline, and Lord Luke of the Kirk family with the Moon Wolf bloodline. Moreover, these 5 lords didn't appear as energy avatars. They all came here with their real bodies. David was so sure because the five lords were standing less than 10 meters away from the shadow attendant. David could clearly see every detail of the five lords through the eyes of the shadow attendant. The five lords were not in the state of energy avatars like before. Although the energy avatars were similar to the real body, traces of energy simulation could still be seen. "Gould, let's go in," Lord Ferdinand said to Lord Gould. This mission was led by Lord Gould, and the five lords were good friends. Naturally, Lord Gould was the temporary captain. In this case, the warlike Lord Ferdinand also needed to consult Lord Gould's opinion. "Prepare for battle. We can go in and let him have some scruples. Let the Sky Knight consume more of his power." Lord Gould nodded and said in a deep voice. The five lords began to equip themselves at the same time. Black armor appeared. Light gold level 5 light long swords appeared. The equipment of the five lords was somewhat beyond David's expectations. David originally thought that the five suzerains, being 5th level temple knights, as well as top nobles with great authority, would very likely have light golden armor of the 5th rank. But the five suzerains only had a light longsword of the 5th rank, and David simply couldn't understand the black armor on their bodies. The black armor gave off an extremely ancient feeling. That was the aura left behind after experiencing the baptism of countless years. There were no markings on the black armor, so David couldn't identify the material used. However, he had a feeling that the black armor wasn't any worse than the material used to make a Class 5 light longsword. What caught David's attention the most was the word that Lord Gould mentioned. In the great world of God, this word was only used to address the gods. When David thought about this, there was only one thought in his mind: God's slaying. Lord Gould and the other four lords came together to God's slaying. Even though David hadn't been in the great world of God for long, he knew one thing, and that was that the gods couldn't be looked directly at. Think about it. You couldn't even look directly at them, let alone God's slaying. After the great world of God discovered an evil god, the first thing to do was to report it to the shrines. It didn't matter which shrines it was. The shrines would organize the operation afterward. Any private action was blasphemy against the gods. God slaying, without the leadership of the gods, was not allowed in the great world of God. This was the pride of the gods. The five lords in front of him wanted to break this pride. They were going to lead 25 Sky Knight to carry out the God-slaying operation. "How many years has it been since I put on this armor to fight?" Lord Emir stroked his black armor and said in a low and powerful voice, "Today's battle will be recorded in history." Lord Luca said with a long laugh, "Battle formation." Lord Gould looked at his excited companions and raised a level 5 light longsword in his hand. The five lords formed a knight charging formation with Lord Gould as the core. Perhaps for the five lords, their battle was only to charge. When facing a weak god, once they were on the defensive, it meant that they had lost their confidence. Lord Gould's body moved. He stepped on the surface of the water and moved forward. His body in black armor looked extremely strong, but there were no ripples on the surface of the water. Even the ripples caused by the wind automatically disappeared when they were 100 meters away from Lord Gould. The other four lords kept a distance from Lord Gould. They moved forward step by step. They did not speed up, but with each step, their momentum increased. David saw the five lords disappear in the same place through the eyes of the shadow attendant. He was now 100% sure that the way to enter the unknown area was through stepping on the water. Needless to say, the unknown area that the five lords and the 25 Sky Knight entered was the area where the existence called him was. Should I go in or not? David asked himself in his heart. Go in. In front of him was the world of the gods. Perhaps any enemy there could easily kill him. If he did not go in, this might be the closest he had ever been to the gods. It would be almost impossible for him to find such an opportunity in the future. Once again, David was faced with a choice. This time, he only considered it for a second before deciding. His eyes were firm. The most powerful existence in the great world of God was in front of him, and there were as many as 25 Sky Knight and 5 level 5 Temple Knight in front of him. He just wanted to go in and watch. If he did not even have the courage to do this, he might as well return to the Interstellar Federation, where he could safely train. He did not need to stay in a place like the great world of God, where there were strong people everywhere. David did not know what to call these creatures. Apart from their black skin, their eyes, even the whites of their eyes, were black. There was no other color on their bodies. They had the body shape of a human and held spears in their hands. There were 100 black creatures, and each of them was at least rank 4. This could be seen from their combat strength. They also had a battle formation. It was a kind of circular battle formation with 3 layers of spears. They constantly stabbed outwards, making their battle formation look like a hedgehog full of thorns. The battle between the two sides was still in a probing state. They did not attack with all their strength. David used a black tree trunk as cover and observed the situation on the battlefield. There were only 25 Sky Knight on the battlefield. The 5 lords were nowhere to be seen. David's eyes constantly looked around. He did not know if he was too weak or if the 5 lords were too good at hiding. Anyway, he looked around and did not find the 5 lords. When Gilbert Sky Knight walked into this world and saw the surrounding scenery, he guessed where this place was. A strange world, a terrifying poison. Even with the protection of the Sky Knight battle formation formed by the 25 Knight battle formations, they were still constantly consuming their blood power. Although the blood power consumed by the 25 Sky Knight battle formation was not much, the blood power consumed by the Knight battle formations was not much. However, if this continued, they would lose the protection of the shield within 10 hours at most. And once they encountered a battle, the Sky Knight would have to set up another layer of blood power armor in this environment to ensure their safety in case the shield was broken. Gilbert Sky Knight almost wanted to turn around and leave this terrifying world, but he knew that if he dared to move, he would lose the protection of the Knight battle formation. The Knight's way of dealing with deserters was very simple, and that was to kill them. Gilbert Sky Knight did not know how many Sky Knights here were deceived like him, but he did not dare to gamble. Even if he really escaped here alive, the Burger family would not let him live. Because he was involved in the deicide operation, he saw not only the Burger family, but also the Main family, the Goff family, the Cooper family, and the Kirk family Sky Knights. He had the power of a Sky Knight, but he couldn't escape the pursuit of the 5 top noble families. Even Gilbert Sky Knight thought that perhaps there were strong people guarding the entrance of this world. Just as Gilbert Sky Knight was distracted thinking, a small black beast jumped out from behind a tree and bit at him. Gilbert Sky Knight instinctively swung his sword, and a level 4 heavy sword hit the small black beast's head. His movement also affected the Knight battle formation, and his sword was strengthened by the Knight battle formation. The small black beast's head was directly blown apart. Some of the small black beast's black blood hit the Knight battle formation's shield, and a sizzling sound of burning was heard. After killing a small black beast, none of the 25 Sky Knights were happy. This unremarkable little beast had the strength of a level 3 beast, and the poison in its blood had exceeded level 4. Without the protection of the blood power to block the poison, their level 3 armor could not block the corrosion of the poison at all. The Sky Knight battle formation moved forward. Sky Knight Gilbert did not know who was in charge of this operation, but he knew that there must be many Sky Knights who knew about this mission. These Sky Knights led the Knight battle formation to move forward. Even if Gilbert Sky Knight did not want to, he could only move with a Knight battle formation. As they moved forward in the forest, small beasts appeared from time to time. These small beasts were not a big threat, and no matter how unexpected they could not break through the Sky Knight battle formation's defensive shield with their level 3 strength. At this time, Gilbert Sky Knight was extremely regretful of his greed. He dreamed of becoming a Knight of the Holy Temple. He dreamed of being a genius, and now he had to pay the price for his fantasy. This was an extremely dangerous mission, and he even felt that 25 Sky Knights were not enough. For this kind of mission, even if the number of Sky Knights increased by several times, it still wouldn't be enough. This was a mission that required them to kill a god. Without the participation of level 5 holy knights, he didn't believe that they could hurt a god with their level 4 heavy swords. They moved forward in silence. Finally, they walked out of the forest, and Gilbert Sky Knight saw the enemies they were about to face. Servants of God. Gilbert Sky Knight called out the names of these black creatures in his heart. These were creatures created by the gods to protect themselves. The strength of a servant of God was related to the strength of the god. The stronger the god, the more powerful the servants of God. When Gilbert Sky Knight saw the spear formation formed by 100 level 4 servants of God, he could not help but feel a little relieved. According to legends, servants of God should be at least level 5. Now that he saw level 4 servants of God, it meant that the god of this world was extremely weak, so weak that the servants of God could not maintain their strength. If I can really survive, maybe I can become a member of the God Slayer. Gilbert Sky Knight's heart beat violently. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.